Good evening, everyone. I would like to welcome you all to Cambridge City Council's Housing Scrutiny Committee meeting. I'm Councillor Griffin, and I'm chair of this committee meeting taking place at 5:30 p.m. on Tuesday, the 18th of June, 2024. I will roll call councillors alphabetically by their last name to ensure they are present. Are you present, Councillor Bajent?
I'm here, Chair.
Councillor Gothrop Wood. Councillor Martinelli.
Here, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Robertson.
I'm here.
There he is. Okay. Councillor Swift.
Here, Chair.
Councillor Thitala Varke.
I'm here, sir.
Councillor Tong.
I'm here.
Councillor Lee. Okay. Executive Councillor for Housing, Councillor Bird.
Yes, Chair.
Executive Councillor for Community Safety, Homelessness and Wellbeing, Councillor Holloway.
Yep, here.
Thank you. I will roll call the tenant and leaseholder representatives alphabetically by their last name. Are you present, Diane Best?
Present, Chair.
Harmony Birch.
Present, Chair.
Thank you. Mandy Powell Hardy.
Present, Chair.
Justin Ullman Jaworska.
Present, Chair.
Thank you. And Diana Mins.
Present, Chair.
Thank you. The officers permanently present throughout this meeting are Assistant Director for Housing and Homelessness, Samantha Shimon. Thank you. Assistant Director for Development, Ben Binns.
Hello.
Committee Manager, Sarah Steed. And Meeting Producer, Boris Herzog. Other officers and public speakers will join us throughout the course of the meeting, and I will introduce them at the start of relevant agenda items. A few housekeeping items. Copies of the agenda can be found on the City Council's website under committee meetings, minutes, and agendas. Please could I advise members of the public that the only public entrance/exit from the Guildhall for committee meetings is the Pease Hall entrance. This can be accessed from the rear of the council chamber, turn right, and either use the lift or the stairs to return to the ground floor, where you can then exit the building. Please, can those present in the council chamber note that everything on your desk, including your laptop screen, is likely to be broadcast at some point. The camera follows the microphone being switched on, so councilors and officers are requested to wait a couple of seconds before speaking to allow the camera to catch up. Please raise your hand if you wish to speak. Please, can those participating in the meeting via Teams indicate that you wish to speak via the chat column or raised hand. Please do not use the chat column for any other purpose. The meeting chat is neither confidential nor private and can be subject to a freedom of information or data protection request. Meeting procedure. The committee will receive an oral presentation from officers. Members of the committee will then discuss and report and vote on the recommendations. Tenant and leaseholder representative will participate in the debate on all agenda items, but may only vote on items in Part 1 of the agenda. Part 1 of the meeting will be chaired by the tenant leaseholder representative, and I will then chair Part 2 of the agenda. Following the vote of the committee, the executive councillor, as the decision maker, will be asked if they agree with the decision. Okay, we can start by looking at agenda item 2. Please, could committee members advise if they have any declarations of interest and identify which agenda item their declaration relates to? Councillor Tong.
Related to, I believe, item 6, the Eakin Road item, I'd like to flag that I'm a member of Unite, many of whose members are here tonight.
Thank you. Any other declarations? Councillor Bajent.
Yeah, I too am a member of Unite.
Any other declarations of interest? Councillor Robinson.
I too am a member of Unite.
Right. Well, I'd like to announce that I'm also a member of that wonderful organisation, Unite's a retired member. There you go.
Councillor Bird.
I'm a member of Unison, Chair.
Councillor Titala Varke.
I am a member of Unite.
Councillor Holloway.
Well, if it is relevant, I don't know if it is, but I am also a member of Unite.
Okay, thank you very much. You can declare interest at any moment if you have forgotten to declare at this point. Agenda item 3, minutes of the March 12, 2024 meeting have been submitted for approval. Are there any comments or can these minutes be approved? I can take that as an approval of those minutes. Thank you.
Just a comment. Can I thank Sarah for doing the minutes so wonderfully every time? Because I am a minute taker, and that is a real challenge trying to do it. So I think we never thank the committee clerks enough.
Thank you, Sarah. Okay, agenda item 4. This is a co-option and introduction of tenant and leaseholder representatives and appointment of vice chair, tenant leaseholder rep for 2024-25. So on behalf of the Scrutiny Committee, please can I take this opportunity to welcome new and returning tenant and leaseholder representatives following the recent election process and to note their co-option into Housing Scrutiny Committee. Would you like to briefly introduce yourselves? Diane Best.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Diane Best, and I'm the re-elected leaseholder representative on the Housing Scrutiny Committee. But can I just say that my activities are not solely for leaseholders, they are for tenants and leaseholders citywide.
Thank you. Harmony Birch.
Yeah, hi, I'm Harmony Birch. I live in Brandon Court, which is a sheltered scheme. I have a particular interest in elderly and disabled needs, but I, of course, am also representing all tenants in all areas. Thank you.
Thank you. Mandy Powell Hardy.
Hello, I'm Mandy Powell Hardy. I'm a tenant representative, re-elected. Thank you.
Thank you. Justin Ullman Jaworska, sorry.
Hello, good evening, everyone. My name is Justyna Ullman-Jaworska. It's okay. I'm a new tenant representative. I live in Paget Road in Trumpington. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Diana Mins.
Hi, I'm Diana Means. I'm a re-elected tenant representative. This is my 4th term, I think, but I haven't done as many years on this committee as Diane Best has. I used to live at one of the redeveloped areas, and now I did get decanted to a new build, so I can bring the experience of being a tenant in older property and a tenant in new property. But of course, we do represent all tenants when we're here. I think that's it.
Thank you. How many of us wish we could change that word decanted to something a little bit nicer, right? But it is what it is.
Can I add that we usually have a little bit of paper that explains what we think we're all about, that we circulate to the members. But as you were rather overwhelmed with paper this time round, we're going to ask Sarah to circulate it to you via email, because I think you might read it then, because there's a lot of competition with reading bits of paper tonight.
Thank you. Please, could the tenant and leaseholder representatives advise their appointment for the vice chair tenant representative role? Diane.
Chair, that's me, and we are very pleased to nominate Diana as our vice chair.
Thank you. I believe we can move on to agenda item 5, public questions. So, public question time lasts for 30 minutes. Public speaking rules provide the members of the public Public speaking rules provide that members of the public must send in the text of their question in advance of the meeting. Speakers will no longer read out their question, as a list of public questions has been published in advance of the meeting. The executive counselor or officer has 2 minutes to provide a response. Public speakers then have an opportunity to ask a follow-up question of up to 2 minutes, and the executive counselor or officer may respond as appropriate for up to 2 minutes. The committee manager will advise when the time periods are up. Could we have the first public speaker? So I've just heard the person is not here, and so we're going to go directly to the executive for response for question number 1.
Thank you, Chair. I probably won't finish the whole lot because there's quite a few questions on here, so I'll do my best. And those that are not answered, I'll make sure we email the person. So, question 1. None of this works is currently carried out by in-house staff. The contract management, together with property surveys from some work streams, are carried out by asset management team in city services, and actually delivery of the work is carried out by appointed contractors. Question 2. There are no staff who used to working for Cambridge City Council now working for Foster's Property Maintenance. So there will be no 2P involving the council and the local government pension scheme. There could be staff employed by Foster Property Maintenance and their supply chain who have protection under 2P regulations. Question 3. The estate and facilities team delivered a new procurement strategy in 2022, and this has been used to develop the proposals in the report. This has considered the size, scope of the proposed contract term, procurement method and criteria. There is no current proposal for an in-house bid for this works. Question 4. No, if there was a decision taken to bring work in-house, this would be after a full business case demonstrated that this was the best solution and would offer value for money. We would not want to see an in-house bid competing as part of a formal procurement process. Question 5. We are currently undergoing a corporate transformation process, and this is not the appropriate time to develop a business case to bring a large amount of additional work in-house. There are no current internal resources available to deliver this work. A lot of work is being tendered, is specialist in nature, and there is not all significant guaranteed volume to sustain an in-house and delivery team. Question 6. No, there has not been a business case completed for creating an in-house team to deliver the work that is the subject of this report. I only had one more, but thank you, Chair.
Thank you. There'll be no supplementary question there because the questioner is not here. So could the person asking question number 2 please take the Darren Easton, that is. Thank you. Would you like to introduce yourself and advise if you're speaking on behalf of a group? Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Darren Easton, and I represent the residents of Eakin Road to redevelop it.
Thank you. Jerry, would you like to respond?
Okay, thank you, Darren. Thank you for your question. This estate has undergone a thorough option appraisal process to review the opportunities for the future of the estate. It is important that this work was done carefully and thoroughly, and its impacts are a large number of homes. Everything has been carefully considered, including the current condition of the estate, planning policy, financial viability, and importantly, feedback from the community. There has been ongoing residents' engagement since we first wrote to you in September 21. The council has held events, conducted 3 surveys, continuously offers confidential appointments, regular held liaison group meetings, knocked on all the doors on the estate to understand what our residents need. There is a mixture of views on the estate and the council has listened and responded accordingly. We are aware of the conditions that many of our residents are living in, particularly in the flats, and agree how important it is to finally make a decision. We would like to thank all the residents for being patient during this process, and we will continue to provide close support to everybody impacted by the proposal. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Do you have a supplementary question?
Yes, I have another one.
You asked that, go ahead.
Good evening, everyone. As you are aware, Abbey Ward is the Green Party, which is the councillors Naomi Bennett and Councillor Elliot Tong. As we are so close to reaching our goal with Beacon Road, we was on the understanding that all councillors should be neutral with this issue with Beacon Road. Now, on several occasions, it has come to our attention with Save Beacon Road Party holding banners in the street and seeing Elliot Tong in the local papers outside this very building where we are today. So I put it to you that Mr. Tong should not be allowed to vote or talk or even have an opinion on this matter, as this is not being neutral, this is one-sided. As this is about the residents of Beacon Road, as they are the ones who are suffering. Why wasn't they asked to be photographed, interviewed, to show their misery? Of course not. It's all to do with Save Beacon Road Party. And why should we all suffer because of this? The minority of Save Beacon Road people who want to save their houses and their potted apple trees, which seem to make the papers, not the young boy who was rushed to hospital with mould-related issues. I took the time to effort to talk to the residents and gather evidence, not go around bullying residents and telling them to lie and say they can stay in their homes not full of mould and damp. Crumbling walls, like alliterated in the beginning. Why is he allowed in this meeting when he should be with the opposition?
Councillor Bird, would you like to respond?
Excuse me. Thank you for your statement, Darren. I'm sorry to hear that that's been happening, and I hope that the council have been helpful to you all through this. Thank you.
Thank you. The next is question number 3, and again, the questioner is not present. So would the executive, would Councillor Bird like to respond to question 3?
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to thank all of the residents living in the houses, the flats on Eakin Road Estate, including council tenants, homeowners, for being patient during this process. It's been incredibly useful to hear from all of you throughout this process, and I hope that a decision will finally mean that you can plan for the future. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. We move on to question 4. Dr. Chiato, would you like to take the seat? Would you introduce yourself and advise if you are speaking on behalf of the group? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, my name is Dr. Maurice Kyodo, and I speak on behalf of the Save Beacon Road Group.
Thank you. I'm not sure who's answering. Is this Ben Binns or Councillor Byrd? Question number 4. Okay, Councillor Byrd, thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Okay. Regards to request number 1, the need to keep the 4 groups of these houses on Eakin Road estate within the redevelopment has been carefully considered. At this stage, a planning application has not been submitted and a further work with the planning officer through pre-app meetings is still required. The team are working to address the key issues, including providing enough open space across the new estate and the level of affordable housing that can be provided. While the team work to resolve these issues, there will be further engagement with residents and the need to redevelop the whole of the area within the new red line will be kept under review. However, the current assessment includes the 6 houses to the east of Eakin Road. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Dr. Giotto, do you have a supplementary question?
Yes, I do.
Would you like to ask that?
Yes, thank you. Councillors, there are many aspects of this proposal that we really like, and we would have loved to have come here today and been able to show our support for this proposal. But unfortunately, we can't, and that's because of the proposed removal of the 6 houses in the northeast corner. Councillors, many of the residents of that corner are absolutely distraught at the prospect of losing their homes. Absolutely distraught. And these are some of the most fragile and vulnerable members of the community. And to remove them from their homes would be absolutely devastating for them. Absolutely devastating. And I don't want to go into their personal details here. Your officers are being made aware of these as we speak. But for them to lose their homes would be an absolute travesty for their lives. This would be ruinous for their lives. And what is all this in aid of? The proposals are to demolish these 6 houses and replace them with 9, which is not a large number. But of those 9, you'll be selling off 56%, 5, to pay for the remaining 4. So you're going to bulldoze 6 to build 9, to sell 5, to keep 4. And of the 6 that you currently have, 4 are social rent. Of the 4 that you'll be left with, 3 will be social rent. So you start with 6 houses, 4 social rent, end up with 4 houses, 3 are social rent. And all the while creating immense harm for many of the residents in that corner. We implore you to reconsider in the design process and planning to leave those houses. And we would love to support a proposal that does that, and we would. But at the moment, we need to remain in opposition for the benefit and protection of the residents living in that northeast corner. Thank you very much, Councillors.
Thank you. Who would like to reply to that? Councillor Byrd.
Thank you, Chair. I think once I've answered this, I'll then go through the other questions, so they're all tightly knit. Okay, thank you. So, firstly, thank you for your other question, Maurice. First of all, we have 3 freeholders that are willing to sell, and then we have the 3 tenants. The 3 tenants had a meeting with yourself and officers last night, and my understanding is that the officers have said they'll look to move these 3 tenants all together so they're still living as neighbours, and we're hoping this will help. As you know, we saved the 14 houses to the south, which one is yours, and now we're looking at developing the rest of the site, and we really need to do that area as well. So that's why I'm saying to you that the latest data is 3 freeholders, 1 to sell, and 3 tenants will be housed close together. Okay, I hope that answers your question.
Thank you. Want to carry?
I'll carry on, Chair, because there's other questions here, statements.
Are you talking about question 5? Is that?
No, I'm still on number 4.
Okay, but can you wait a minute? Hold on. Are you responding to supplementary questions?
On the list of questions, Mr. Chodo's put in 3 questions. I've answered 1. There's 2 more.
Go ahead.
Okay, thanks, Chair. The decanting process awards all affected council tenants with the highest priority on the housing register and one-to-one support throughout the process. Priority for shortlisting of council properties will be allocated based on severity of the damp, mould or condensation, as well as the age and vulnerability of household members. The regeneration team are committed to working with each household on a case-by-case basis and happy to review moving options within or close by Eakin Road, depending on the availability and personal circumstances. The council has a great track record of relocating neighbours together and appreciate the established communities within the estate. The next one I'll go through. So number 3, the assumption within the JLL report is that 7 council-owned homes will be refurbished. At some point, the council will need to consider refurbishing the 7 council homes to the south, but there are no firm plans or a programme. The tenants will be consulted if the refurbishment plans are considered. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. The resident asking question 5 is not present. So could you just go to the answer for question number 5, please?
Okay, thank you, Chair. Officers have to consider so many factors in this process, and we appreciate the impact this will have to many households within the estate. As mentioned already, the inclusion of the 6 houses to the east in the current plans have been carefully considered, and this has not been a simple task. We understand that anyone facing redevelopment will have lots of questions, and we will continue to be available to discuss any concerns you have and to support you throughout the process. Our regeneration team will be reaching out to all affected households and are keen to provide support to all the households.
Thank you. We're going to move on to question number 6, Andrew Osborne. Would you like to introduce yourself and advise if you're speaking on behalf of any group?
Andrew Osborne, please call me Ozzy. I'm Branch Secretary, Unite 7355E, Cambridge Engineering Branch and Cambridge District Trades Council. Thank you.
Thank you. Jerry, would you like to respond?
Thank you, Chair. The first one is, our records show that out of the 72 flats, 1 is currently void. Request 2. The council took advice from Democratic Services because the timeline was published in October 23 and this project is considered business as usual. The Labour manifesto includes a commitment to fund and build more council homes and social homes, which the Conservatives manifesto does not. Request 3. If it has been proposed to award all impacted residents with emergency banding now of the phase of the plan, so that they can move into suitable properties straight away instead of waiting longer, which means they'll be put on emergency banding, Chair.
Thank you. Would you like to ask a supplementary question?
Yes, I would. I'm going to ask a question? No, I'm going to do it all reverse order. For the City Council to make this decision in the middle of a general election campaign is irregular in the extreme. I've asked mates of mine who are former civil service and housing directorate, and they agree with me. We believe this decision should be postponed until after the general election result is in, but that's quite by the by. So in January and in March, you reported that there were 5 vacant void works, and now there is 1. So are you seriously telling me you've moved 4 residents into damp and mouldy flats on Eakin Road, or aren't they damp and mouldy anymore? What is the actual truth? I don't understand what is going on here. And when I asked in January, did you agree with the Royal College of General Practitioners report that damp and mouldy flats are dangerous to people's health and that people should not be living in damp and mouldy conditions? Why has it taken 6 months to put them on top of Homelink banding? I don't understand what the problem is there. Why have you moved residents into Eakin Road when you say it's damp? And why have you sat on your hands for 6 months when you could easily, with a swipe of a pen, put them on top of Homelink? Please answer. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bird?
Okay, Chair. At the moment, the housing for people to go on Homelink is done by their needs. But with the redevelopment, of course, they moved up to urgent, okay, so they can be moved out. On the bit about the voids, this has come from officers, but we do have Sean Cleary, one of the officers, who could answer Mr. Osborne's question.
Sean, did you hear the question, and can you answer that?
I did hear the question, Chair. I'm not in a position to answer it in terms of the numbers. I'll need to take that question away and then revert back at a later stage.
Thank you. Councillor Bird?
So, like I say, I got these numbers off the officers. So, at the moment, there's currently 1 void.
Thank you. Councillor Ben Binns?
Yeah, the numbers provided may change because of temporary accommodation. So we'll provide further clarification. Of course, people are not moving into damp or conditions which we wouldn't want tenants to move into, and so there'll be a void process to make sure the flat was suitable for temporary accommodation. But we'll provide additional clarity for you.
Thank you. That now concludes the public question time. Councillor Bajent.
Chair, I can't help something going past without comment. One of the questions involved somebody accusing people of bullying and using this chamber as an opportunity.
Point of order. Sorry, Chair. Councillor Bajent can't do this.
He can, he's doing it.
One moment. What is the point of order exactly?
Councillor Bajent standing up and doing a statement. This is not the time and place to do it. At the moment, we're going through the agenda. And the next one is Eakin Road, which is why people are here.
Councillor Bajent, are you making a point of order?
I'm certainly making a point of order. My point of order is that something irregular was said, and there was also comments made about the abilities of councillors to take part in this committee by the same person. Although I might not agree with the politics of the person mentioned, they have every right to be here. Every right to be here. But the point I'm concerned about the bullying, the accusation, this chamber being used to make an accusation that people are being bullied without the evidence. And I think we should stop that sort of thing from happening in the future.
This is not on, Chair. He's going to cause problems with both sides, and at the moment it's very quiet and everyone's listening to a very good meeting at the moment.
Thank you. That does conclude the public question time. Thank you. We are now going to turn to agenda item number 6, the report on Eakin Road Stage 2 options appraisal. So, in the public interest, I have exercised my discretion to bring this item forward for discussion rather than taking it with the rest of the Part 2 agenda items. Please, could the Assistant Director of Development, Ben Binns, introduce this item?
Good evening. Can everyone hear me okay? That's good. I just need to highlight a couple of typos in the report, I'm afraid. Page 28, 2.10 and 2.11 have fallen, it's split into two. The sentence doesn't need changing. Page 58, the table should show it adding up to 64 homes. There's one 4-bed home missing in that table, so we will provide that for the notes afterwards, just for a point of clarification there. This is a comprehensive report. It's over 300 pages long. I'll do my best to be succinct, but there is a need to go through the journey of this process. It is important that we took this time to make sure we get the right recommendation, and I'd like to thank officers, members, and most importantly of all, the residents of Eakin Road for being so patient while we've tried to reach a conclusion and a recommendation. We started in 2020 with a Potter Raper report on the estate, and we came forward in September 21 at HSC that we had identified Eakin Road to be an estate to be looked at for redevelopment. In September 22, we reported to HSC that a tenant consultation, a resident engagement had taken place, and there was a survey that showed majority support for redevelopment with a significant minority opposed. We set up a liaison group, and that started to meet residents on a quarterly basis, and that's continued to today. In May 2023, we appointed Jones Lang LaSalle, JLL, who were appointed to carry out a 2-stage options appraisal. They also appointed Marengo, a communications consultant, to undertake further resident consultation. JLL, first of all, looked at 7 options, and in September 2023 at HSC, it was reported we reduced those 7 options down to 3 after a review by JLL, and those 3 options were retrofit, partial redevelopment, and full redevelopment. In November, a further survey was undertaken, which demonstrated majority support for redevelopment across the estate, but that there were, mainly in the houses, some concerns and opposition to redevelopment. JLL undertook a significant amount of work assessing a number of different critical success factors to determine what would be the recommended outcome from their point of view presented to the council. And in February 24 this year, draft Stage 2 report was published, and this indicated option 3, full redevelopment, with a flat-led 100% affordable scheme with the least worst option, as it delivered the greatest number of homes and achieved the best result. However, they did caveat this in stating that the cost of this redevelopment, the council may wish to consider the financial pressures under the HRA, and also the fact that interest rates were still significantly high. In response to JLL's advice, the council took that feedback and put forward an alternative mixed tenure housing-led scheme, which also delivered a number of the key objectives, but significantly reducing the capital outlay and also the financial risk. This was presented to the liaison group in March 2024, and a consultation was then carried out during March to May 2024, and surveys and feedback was continued, and of those living on the estate, there was support for redevelopment. Of course, those living in the houses, there were some objections to the full redevelopment. The result of the consultation and planning feedback and feedback from our consultants, JLL, fed into the final report, which is stages 2 and 2B. And that concluded that, which the council has put forward today in this report, to proceed with a mixed tenure redevelopment, excluding the 14 houses to the south of the estate, in other words, option 4. Now, what this meant was fewer numbers of council homes, but bigger homes. So more 3 beds and 4 beds, meaning that the number of habitable rooms would be the same as what was there before. It's important to note the capital requirements for this approached about 19.8 million, nearly 20 million, and that includes the purchase of leaseholders and freeholders. But that is a significant reduction compared to the original option, and also compared to an option which would be 100% affordable. When combined with East Barnwell, this would mean the council is investing 251 new homes, which would mean 184 council homes, a net gain of 76 new council homes, 73% council. We've still got work to do. This will require further pre-apps meetings with the LPA and further engagement with the residents on the estate. There are 94 households, 82 tenants, 9 leaseholders and 3 freeholders. That will require decant. As part of the recommendations, we're recommending that all tenants on the estate are given emergency banding as from tomorrow, which will mean they will be able to look at new homes straight away once they're on the HomeLink system. Of course, there's a large number of tenants involved in this process, and this will take time. We've already heard from the questions from the public that there is a wish for some people to continue to live together as neighbours. There is some community there, and we will do our best to ensure that tenants get to a home where they want and to be together with their neighbours. Now, because there are so many, we will have to prioritise, and priority will be given to applicants where there's damp, condensation and mould, and where there's vulnerability or age-related issues. So there will be a prioritisation given to that. However, the council does have 130 new homes that are projected to be handed over this year by December 24, and we also have nomination rights to 2 sites close by to Eakin Road as well, and we'll be working hard with those registered providers to make sure that our tenants can have a home of their choice. We will have to buy back 9 leaseholders and the 3 freehold properties, and we will endeavour to do that through negotiation, and we're confident and hopeful that we'll continue our record where we've never had to complete the CPO because we've managed to do this through negotiation. The report does highlight the need for continuing engagement, and we have stated very clearly when we do intend to engage, whether it's the liaison group or whether we need to have workshops with specific tenants on the estate. I'm sure there's going to be a lot of questions, but just a summary of the recommendations. The recommendations include a recommendation for a budget of 19.8 million, a recommendation for the Cambridge Investment Partnership, which is the council's delivery vehicle to deliver this scheme, to ensure that we give emergency banding to all tenants on the estate with immediate effect. And of course, we have to give authority to officers to undertake a CPO and demolition notices as required, and that's standard for all developments there. I'm happy to take questions. I'm sure there'll be many, so I've tried to be as succinct as I can there. Thank you.
Thank you. We now move on to member questions. Councillor Tong.
Just to check, is this the best time to put forward some recommendations for amendment to the recommendations?
This is a good time. Would you like to speak to that?
Yes, I would, thank you. And also, can I say congratulations on a new position? So to open, I'd just like to say thank you to all the council officers that have worked on this report. It's been a massive project and it's obviously taken several years. So I really do appreciate how tough this must have been. Because this is quite a big report, as you've said, I'm going to focus on sort of two separate parts. I'm going to talk about the flats and then the houses in turn, just to simplify things a little bit. So the thing I'm most delighted about is to be able to vote for recommendation 2.7, which is for all of the flat tenants on the estate to get emergency banding and to have them moved out as soon as possible. And that's always been my main priority here, because I've been in many of those flats, and some of them are a truly dreadful state. And I know that's said within the report itself, but you can't truly appreciate how bad those conditions are until you've actually been in them. So it's absolutely great. We're going to try and shift people out of those properties with lots of issues with condensation, damp and mould, because that can cause serious health conditions in the long term. There are, however, houses on the estate, and this is a bit more of a complicated subject, because although there are houses on that estate which do have issues, and I think they need refurbishment, there are many people that want to stay. And they've been very outspoken about the fact they don't want to lose their homes, and they've been very distressed at the possibility of losing their homes. So it's been great to see the council try and work with these residents, because I think we really need to be careful to make sure we're working with residents, not against them. And the suggestion to keep the 14 houses on the southern side of the estate, that's much appreciated by me. However, I do think we can go a little bit further. I've had residents still reach out to me distressed at losing their homes on the northeast side of the estate. So I've put forward some recommendations for amendment to the recommendations to try and save those 6 houses. That's specifically referring to my amendments to 2.2, 2.4 and 2.11, formerly 2.12. There are some other kind of non-substantive changes, but those are the key ones I'd like to sort of put forward to be seconded, hopefully.
Okay. So we're going to keep the debate going, and we'll see if we have a seconder when we're done with questions. Other questions from members? Councillor Gawthorpe Wood.
Oh, good. This one is, I think, working. This microphone. Now, I don't know whether this means I should have stated an interest. My late husband lived in Eakin Road. It is 25 years ago now, so I'm not so sure that there is a conflict of interest here. But I do know the flats. I recognise the need to get on with the project, and there have been full consultations. I also want to say my mother-in-law was involved with a similar redevelopment in Colville Road and was rehoused. People were put on emergency banding, and she had someone working with her, a council officer, so she was successfully rehoused in something that was actually a lot more suitable for her needs as an elderly lady. So I have confidence in the way that the housing officers and our housing team work in that respect. Now, I recognise that Homes England fund social housing. Is there still a chance to try for grants from Homes England?
what effort can be put into this. We've had a couple of cases in North Cambridge where we'd expected to have to do a mixed development, but I think, and I may have misremembered this, we did manage to use the remainder of the city deal money, and there were at the time a complicated set of government schemes requiring, cap first home, cap price first homes for sale. We managed to avoid that. Will we continue, will the council continue to apply for grants? And if they're successful, will that mean that the number of social houses, rent homes will increase? And will the percent of affordable rent also increase? Thank you.
Yeah, happy to answer that. I think the short answer is we never give up applying for Homes England grant. The success of the 500 programme was very much based on a much looser grant arrangement compared to what Homes England is now, and that was extremely successful. So we talk to Homes England regularly, and we also express our desire that if we can have the similar type of arrangement as we had on the 500 programme, that would certainly assist us. It should be noted that we have stated in the report about what the rents we think will be. There is still a chance to try and increase the number of affordable homes on the development. We are still needing to work with the planning team to get the balance right. So this is the proposal as it stands now. We've got to make sure we balance the open space and other planning risks in that, but we won't stop asking for further funding from Homes England, and we will look at if we can increase the affordable or council numbers, we will try and do that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Titalavarki.
We have saved the 14 houses, and can you give us an idea, how did we come to that decision? What was the rationale behind that decision to save 14 houses?
Yes, certainly. So in the middle of the report, and also as part of the appendix to the JLL report, there is a separate summary by the architect BTPW that look at the 4 clusters of housing and the constraints with each of them in terms of looking at full redevelopment. What we have to balance is try and have a scheme that allows the right mix of homes and flats, the right mix of open space, but also the reduces as much as we can the planning risk. And the homes along the south were in many ways much easier to take out of the red line compared to the other homes for a number of different reasons, as I said before, the open space, the planning risk, and trying to look at getting a balanced planning scheme through to committee.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bajan.
Thank you, Chair. I think this is looking like a fairly good conclusion that the committee, I anticipate, will approve. It's been a long and tortuous path. I haven't always been part of this committee, but I have taken quite an interest in it in the past year. So congratulations. I've got a few questions, and I'd like to start with a simple question. What have we learned from this process? There's been 4 consultations, there's been considerable upset, considerable acrimony, and I'm not wishing to point fingers in any directions, and I won't. But the point is, we've been a long time getting to a conclusion, and I wondered if an officer could explain what have we learnt from this process. I have a few other questions, small ones, to use afterwards, but I'd just like to ask, what have we learnt?
I think we have to learn from every development we are involved in, but in particular, this has many lessons for the council, for our team, and we'd like to take a lot of those lessons forward to anything else that we do. And I think the biggest lesson from my perspective that the council's trying to take on board is very easy to see development as a red line and only impacting the residents within that red line rather than looking at community impacts of all of this. And so I think the first lesson for us is we need to think of place-based approaches to communication and engagement with residents that's genuine and meaningful. Difficult choices will still have to be made. We can't shy away from that if we do want to improve our housing stock, increase our housing stock, and bring them up to higher standards. But certainly we are looking at making sure as we move forward, our engagement is wider, more thorough, and outside what I call the red line. That's the first lesson. I think the second lesson for me is how do you balance certainty, because people have lived in for a long time with uncertainty, and that's difficult for any tenant or resident to live with, and we completely get that, with making a decision too early when it does take time. So perhaps we need to bring residents on the journey to explain this is why we need to do these things, to understand the trade-offs there. So those are the two key lessons, I think. There'll be many more, and the engagement continues, and I hope at the very least that residents on the estate have seen that we have tried to engage. You may not like everything that you've seen, but there has been genuine engagement and consultation with residents.
Dave, did you have follow-up questions?
Thank you. I think that's interesting to learn about how we... Sorry, I've got to do this with the chair, but just to say hello. It's interesting that we've learned about the trauma involved, the time it's taken, the need to take people on a journey. I'd anticipate that we would do better next time, but we won't always get things right, and everybody knows that, because it's a complicated issue. I wonder why we needed to employ consultants to do this work. What does a consultant bring to this process that this council couldn't have provided? I understand it costs a great deal of money to employ these consultants, and they took us through a long, long journey. So what did we gain by using the consultants?
There are a number of reasons you would appoint a consultant. One might be there is an internal skills gap. So if we want to understand what a retrofit option might look like to net zero on a number of different house types, that's quite a skill to acquire and knowledge to acquire. So do we have that in-house? That's one question. The other point to consider in appointing an external consultant is to ensure that they are looking at it free from, if you like, bias within the council, and ensuring that there is a rigorous process of reviewing what the options may be. Now, it does cost money, but without this process, I think we would have had less confidence moving forward. We've got the full information in front of us. The council can make an informed decision now. Yes, it does cost money, but without that, we wouldn't have a full picture and a fully informed decision to be made on the recommendations.
Thank you. A last question, I think, Chair. So we employed these consultants to do the work. They took 4 consultations to come to an answer that probably was fairly obvious to a layperson like me at the beginning. There were people who wanted to keep their homes and the people that wanted to move out of the flats, and the flats, as we've heard, are not good, and it's time for people to move out of them. But I just think So we've employed somebody to make it easier for us, and it took us 4 consultations to get to a point where we probably were at in the first place. So I hope that we will remember this in the future. Thank you, Chair. That's me done.
Did you have any response to that?
I think it's always difficult to justify spending a lot of money on consultants, but there are times when we do need to do that to make sure we have that independent view.
Thank you. Councillor Swift.
Thanks, Chair. On page 25, it says tenants also have a right to return to the redeveloped scheme at the bottom of page 25. And I'd just like to ask Officer Timms, what's the sort of legal status or the assuredness that they will actually be able to move back to the redeveloped place? Thank you.
So this is a legal right for tenants to return to the estate should they wish. That is mandatory. And some tenants who have moved from a development have moved out and then wanted to move back, and absolutely space has to be created in order to do that. A lot of tenants don't do that for the simple reason that moving twice, perhaps in 2 years, is quite a big ask. But those rights are protected, and that's what we have to make space for if those tenants want to do that. Now, we do ask early, would they like to do that so that we can prepare for that? But that is the law. It's something we have to, it's mandatory for the council.
Thank you. Mandy.
My question is, I happen to live at Wadlows Road. Now, we have enough problems with McDonald's. The traffic is going to quadruple when this happens. What's going to happen? How are you going to solve it? I have enough problems getting my car out of the garages because you've got idiots that's destined, they've got to go to McDonald's. They won't let you out.
So do you mean traffic when the redevelopment is being completed, or construction traffic? I can answer both, but...
The traffic that's going to accumulate from the demolition and the redevelopment.
So construction traffic is very strictly regulated. So when a planning application goes in, there'll be a condition on where the lorries can and can't go, and that negotiated with highways in relation to that. So that lorries just can't park or block their load in relation to the construction. That's just not allowed. But yes, there will be an increase in some traffic in terms of construction. When the development is completed, if approved tonight, all our developments, we try and reduce the car reliance, so our parking ratios are quite low, usually 1 parking space every 2 homes. So that's something we would look at and encourage more public transport rather than driving. Now, this development is not going to increase the overall numbers by much, and by reducing the parking in terms of the parking ratio, then we will have to do a parking survey to see what impact that will be. But I'll take your point. I know your point.
Thank you. Councillor Martinelli.
Thank you, Chair. So I think I agree with actually a lot of what Councillor Bajan said, but I think this has obviously been a chaotic process, frankly, from the start to now, and I think that's been to the detriment of everyone involved. And I think we've heard from Ben Binns about what we've learned in a sort of technocratic way from this process, but I think what we haven't acknowledged is the fact that a lot of the problem with it has been political and politically driven. We've had a process where we've had, as you say, report after report, which has bounced back and forth between committees, decisions taken here, decisions taken there, decisions dodged, decisions, dodged again. And that has only prolonged the uncertainty, in my view. So I think in addition to the reflection on how we can manage development better or redevelopment better from a housing development point of view, I think there has to be political reflection as well. I think, secondly, I think just to address the amendment, I think it's reasonable that Councillor Tong's amendment gets voted on. So I think, although I don't agree with it myself, we're happy to second it for that purpose. And we'd be grateful to take it in parts because there are parts regarding consultation that we would support. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Holloway.
Thank you. I'd just like to first of all say thank you and sorry to residents who are here and those who are not here from Eakin Road as well. I know this has been a long and extremely difficult process, so I think that's important for us all to acknowledge. And it is important that officers and councillors learn the lessons from this, as Councillor Martinelli has referred to. I do think ultimately through a long process we have come to balance. It may be imperfect, but I think for now it is a balance that hopefully can work, and hopefully it's never going to work for everyone. But I think hopefully for most residents and for people that we've got on our housing register, I think it can work to provide very good quality new homes as well as to fund new homes elsewhere, for example, at East Barnwell. And that's really important for those over 2,500 people that are on our housing register as well, who we do also have to remember. In response to Councillor Bajent's comment, I see why it's been frustrating to go through the long process, but I really don't think that he or another lay person could have produced all of these reports and all of this expert analysis. I think he is significantly overestimating his own abilities there, and I think that the officers we have are experts, and even they are not expert enough on certain aspects of this work that they don't have to sometimes get external consultants. Now, that's not ideal. Ideally, we would have that expertise in-house, but we have limited funds. So I think, Councillor Bajent, that was not quite correct and not respectful to our officers, I would say.
Was that was all a comment, right? Not a question? Okay, thank you. Councillor Pitalavarki.
Thank you. A question, this follow-on question from what you have responded to Councillor Swift. Tenants also have a right to return to the development scheme. Can you just clarify, is this a statutory right or a legal, is it statutorily protected right? Am I right in understanding that? And number two, in response to Councillor Bajent about the consultation and the follow-on comment by Councillor Martinelli, do you think we have the expertise in-house to carry out such a big project consultation? And without having a proper consultation by qualified professionals, are we not inviting legal actions? And number two, Martinelli's comment about the long process. That is democracy, Martinelli. Sorry, Councillor Martinelli. It took a long time, but we heard all parties involved. So are you expecting simply go and bulldoze it? No. We had that long process. We heard the people who are impacted, and we heard councillors, and without which, how can we proceed? I think that was a fair process, and I think that would be extremely unfair to the officers who put all might to complete the process in accordance with our demand and in accordance with the law. So, in my view, do we have any expertise at all to carry out such a big consultation process? And of course there was so many different views. Even if we were to go and carry out a consultation, would that be enough? Would the council be legally protected? That's my question. Thank you.
So I think you're right. There's 3 surveys, comprehensive surveys. How do you ensure a survey is independent? How do you ensure the resources are available if they were done in-house to do it properly, to do it independently? That's why consultants are appointed to provide that independent check, but also the expertise. It's 300 pages, the JLL report, and there is expertise in the report that we don't have in-house within the council. And that's why they were appointed to provide that independent advice for the council. Now, the council, it's up to the council and members to decide what the recommendation should be moving forward. But they've been given the full information, the full suite of information to allow them to make a choice. To answer your question. Yes, so tenants have a statutory right to return to the development, for clarity.
Thank you.
Thank you. Harmony.
Yes, can I return to the point you made about parking? 0.5 per flat. There seems to be an assumption that if there's less parking, people will move on to public transport. To move on to public transport, there has to be efficient, regular public transport. And in Cambridge, there simply is not. Stagecoach, when we want them to increase transport, are reducing routes, reducing the number of buses on each route, making the time that buses finish earlier. So by reducing parking, you won't push people onto public transport. What you'll do is get them parking in all sorts of crazy places.
It's very early stages, this current proposal, so the parking ratios may change. But I totally note your point about public transport. I think that should be noted, and we can perhaps bring it up with our representatives in the council, a county council who are in charge of transport rather than this council. So I think we can take it away and try and make representation for Abbey and East Barnwell.
Thank you. Councillor Tong.
Hello, sorry, it's back to me again, because before I wasn't really asking a question, it was more putting forward the fact I had some amendments to the recommendations. So I've already spoken quite a bit, I'll try and be quite concise. One thing I spoke about earlier was how some of the houses are in good condition, a lot are in bad condition, and it's really good those ones are being demolished. But of the ones which are in all right condition and residents want to keep them, often the residents still come to me and say, hey, look, there's improvements I want, which is quite understandable. They want to keep their home, but they want their home to be improved, and they have issues, sometimes with mould. So I wanted to briefly go back to the discussion of refurbishment and the possibility of looking into that. And I was wondering if it's possible to give emergency banding to residents who we were planning on refurbishing their counter homes. Is that a thing we can are we allowed to do that?
So I'm not sure what the question is. Perhaps my colleague Samantha might.
So we have 2 types of, I appreciate the term decant isn't accepted, but, so everybody knows what we're talking about. We tend to have our planned decant process, which is generally accepting the statutory right of return on a more permanent basis. That happens when we look to regenerate areas. We also have a secondary area, which is where we might need to do major works to properties. So, more than is reasonable for residents to remain in the property whilst the works are ongoing. And we do work with residents. That tends to be on a more temporary basis. So we would decamp people temporarily. They will go somewhere else. There is the statutory home loss payment doesn't apply there, but there are still help with costs for that temporary moving position, with a view that once those refurbishments have taken place, that people return to their homes. So depending on the level of refurbishment, people may prefer to go down to the permanent route, but we always have that option open for them where the works are too extensive for people to remain in their homes.
Thank you, I appreciate the clarification there.
Thank you. Councillor Robinson.
Thank you. Can I first ask if there is a seconder for the amendment?
Yes, Councillor Martinelli.
We've already discussed.
I missed that, sorry. Thank you. This obviously has been a very difficult matter, partly because of the scale of the problem we're having to deal with, and the need is, obvious need has become more and more obvious that work is needed to regularise the health and of the people living on the estate, and the substandard property that is there at the moment does need to be replaced very urgently. The release of the 14 homes in the southern area is a pragmatic decision, which I think I think we've also learned from it as well. But I think these decisions are needed sometimes, although it might have given us some additional properties. The cost to the residents was greater than that, I believe. The 6 houses on the northeast side, they too, if they are left in the scheme, will enable the scheme to be a better fit. There are more properties to be built, relatively few, but there are more. But it also allows the open space facilities and the passageways to other parts of the parts of the East Cromwell to be better accessed. So I think, on balance, I have a question for the officers. The statutory obligation is there, but actually keeping these neighbours together is something we've got a commitment on, and we need to know that is a realistic commitment. So perhaps you could confirm that. On the question of the rest of the amendments, there seems to be a process of delaying and trying to change things retrospectively. Requiring the authorisation to be in consultation with the Executive Council and the Chair and the spokes. It's just would just lead to further delay, and we do not need any further delay to this scheme. It's been going on for far too long. I'm told that this is a sort of issue that Green Party people come up with quite often when they have become councillors. They think that they can interfere all the time, rather than accepting that the plans have been put in place by people who are elected to provide a majority on the council and come to a conclusion about the way it should be done. Certainly in Brighton, it was notorious that issues were kept on being raised again and not finalised, and with the result that Brighton's gotten a right mess. I know they've kicked the Greens out, so that shows the result of it all. So I have no question in this statement, but I would certainly urge us to not vote for any of these amendments. Thank you.
Thank you. And so I think your question to Ben Binns was about the assurance of rehousing those residents together, right? That was the question? Thank you.
So the 3 tenants we did meet last night with my colleagues, and we're very happy to sit down and make that commitment to try and keep them together if that's what they wish, and if they wish to stay around Eakin, we will look to do that. May take a little bit longer, but that's something we can absolutely look into, and we can make that commitment.
Thank you. Are there any... Councillor Bajent.
Thank you, Chair. Just a couple of points. I don't want to get into a he said, she said, but I meant no criticism, Bruce. I was just saying, had we learnt a lesson? I don't think that I was actually saying the officers got it wrong. I said I was surprised, given the expertise of a specialist company that came in, how did it take so long? And how did it hold it up? And in regards to my colleague behind me, I do think it was too long. I don't think that we needed 4 consultations, but I don't want to go into that nitty-gritty because we're here to be in accord today, and I'm hoping that we're going to pass that on. I don't think I said either that I could have done research better. I said that I knew that was the answer at the beginning, which I don't think was a question about I could have done it better. I've got no doubt in my mind that I could have done it better. No doubt at all. But that says it is. So I just wanted to clear those couple of points up. But there is a last question. If we have to give the right for every person on Eakin Road who is rehoused to return, are there enough council properties on that development for them to be able to return if they all did it? Asked.
So far in our development programme, so that's approaching, handed over nearly 600 homes, only one tenant's requested to move back to the original estate. So we have to use evidence or background to understand how many people may wish to return. We've also undertaken a survey which did show a significant proportion of people didn't want to move back. So we've got some indication of how many would like to move back there.
Thank you. Yes, Diana.
This isn't actually a question, it's just an observation. As I mentioned earlier when I introduced myself, I was in a development, a place that was developed. I haven't spoken about this before, but I've always praised the officers that helped us move and the support they gave. And where I moved from, there was somebody who'd been in the block of flats since they were built. She didn't think she wanted to move, but in the end, with persuasion and help and so much support, she found a wonderful place to be, and she's really pleased she did it. So for those tenants who are a bit trepidatious about thinking, oh, I don't want to do it, I can't face it, there's a lot of support there, and if you need it, you'll get it. And you will find somewhere. And when we moved from our central Cambridge location, we were lucky to move to the Mill Road development. There were those of us who actually expressed a wish to be near certain people, and certain, not everybody who lived on the same estate, because they're not all your friends, are they? But just point out that those wishes were complied with as much as they could be. So I think that, you know, as a tenant sitting there, and we're talking about tenants here, you do have the upper hand. You can hold out for what you want, and I think that's for you to remember, and remember that when you do need help, there will be help there for you by a very good and sympathetic team of people. That's all I can say. I think Harmony, she lived there as well, didn't you? And I think would you probably agree with that, yeah? So don't worry, it'll work out, yeah?
Thank you. Councillor Lee.
Hi. This isn't really so much a question, more of a point. This is a Housing Scrutiny Committee, and criticism or not, I think it would be remiss of us not to consider whether we have handled this in the best way and what lessons we have learned for it and how we can do better in the future. I would like to say that this does also extend to the Executive Councillor for Housing to take on board these lessons as well, because it's not just for the officers to take all the questions and explain what the lessons are learned, because ultimately it is the Executive Councillor for Housing that is in charge here. Thank you.
Thank you. Jerry, would you like to respond?
Oh, I'll just say noted, Councillor Lee. Again.
Thank you. I think it's time to move on to voting on whether or not we accept the Councillor Tong's amendments. Councillor Martinelli, I wasn't sure when you seconded what you meant by taking in parts or something.
Well, so because each bullet point could be a separate amendment, they're not all interlinked. So, for example, essentially, just to reveal my hand, I'd like to support 2.3, but I wouldn't support the others.
I see. So you would like us to vote on them separately, each item. I understand now. Okay. So that's what we're going to do. A second. So we are going to take them separately. Let's look at Amendment 2.2. How many people, those in favor, please raise your hand.
Is this voting to apply the amendment, not necessarily voting for the amendment itself?
I believe we're voting on whether or not to adopt the amendment.
Cool, okay.
Yeah. How many people are in favor of 2.2? Okay.
So there's one in favour, Chair.
Those opposed?
6 against.
Those abstaining?
As a point of order, the first amendment, I believe that was not seconded by Councillor Martinelli. If that is the case, can that be moved?
I believe it was seconded by Councillor Martinelli. We are moving on to item 2.3 in the proposed amendment. Those in favor?
That's 3 in favour, Chair.
Those opposed?
6, Chair.
Those abstaining?
It's none, Chair.
Thank you. Item 2.4 in the proposed amendment. Those in favor?
1, Chair.
Those opposed?
6, Chair.
Those abstaining?
2, Chair.
Item 2.5 in the proposed amendment. Those in favor?
1, Chair.
Those opposed?
8, Chair.
Those abstaining?
That's 0, Chair.
Yeah. Clause 2.8 in the proposed amendment. Those in favor?
That's 1, Chair.
Those opposed?
8, Chair.
Okay. Clause 2.10. Those in favor? Sorry.
1, Chair.
Those opposed?
That's 8, Chair.
Is that striking out those?
Yeah, but it's incorporated in that one.
So the new 2.11, all those in favor?
1, Chair.
Those opposed?
It's 8, Chair.
Thank you. I believe all of those failed. So we will now move on to vote.
Could I ask that the recommendations be taken in parts? Am I allowed to vote on them separately?
I'm sorry I didn't hear that. Could you repeat, please?
Could I vote on the recommendations separately?
Yes.
Am I allowed to just ask for the arbitrary grouping of 2.1, 2.7 and 2.12 together so that we don't need to do them each and it takes another 20 minutes?
Can you list those again, please?
2.1, 2.7 and 2.12, please, take them together.
Unless there are any objections, we'll do that. Okay, so what we're going to do now, and these recommendations are on pages 27 to 28 of the agenda. And we're first going to vote on, as a group, 2.1, 2.7, and 2.12. Yes? Those in favor?
So that's unanimous in favour of those recommendations.
Thank you. Now for the other items, the other recommendations as a block. Those in favor?
8, Chair.
Those opposed?
None, Chair.
Those abstaining? 1. Okay. That has passed. Yeah. Does the Executive Counselor for Housing approve the recommendations?
I do, Chair, and I think it's great that it's now been improved and now the residents and tenants know what's happening and they can start getting on with looking at new homes. And I hope you'll be happy. And we're always still here for you, anybody who wants any help. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, and I'm going to take this opportunity to call for a break in the proceedings. We will be back in exactly 10 minutes at 1:15. We're taking a break for 10 minutes. begin. So we have returned to the Housing Scrutiny Committee meeting. It is time to return to part one of the agenda. Diana.
We enjoy confusing you here. So for clarification, we're going to go to agenda item 7, which is the compliance update. And we have Sean Cleary online, I think, somewhere or other, who's going to introduce the report.
Thank you, Chair. Good evening, everybody. The compliance report is an update compliance report to the Housing Scrutiny Committee up until the end of May, picking out the 6 top compliance areas, these being gas safety, electrical safety, fire management, risk assessment, asbestos management, and Legionella and water hygiene and lifts. I've also included in condensation, mould and damp work, though that isn't a regulatory compliance requirement within this particular report. So just looking through the 6 compliance items, we looking at gas safety as of the end of May, we are 100% compliant on gas safety certification across 6,603 properties. In terms of electrical safety, we are 79.6 compliant. Fire management, we are 100% compliant as of the end of May. Asbestos management, we are 99.6 compliant with the view of being 100% compliant within the next couple of days. Legionella and water hygiene, we are 100% compliant. Passenger lifts and specialist lifting equipment, we are also 100% compliant. So the compliance team have worked extremely hard over the last month, both with the internal team and the external team of contractors, to really drive up those figures, particularly around gas safety and fire management and asbestos management. And so I would like to recognise that within today's committee meeting. Moving on to damp condensation and mould. Reporting last Housing Scrutiny Committee, there was an expectation there would be a reduction in this area, particularly coming into the warmer months. But unfortunately, this has not occurred. And the likely cause for this is a probability of an increased awareness of the issues of DCM, particularly around the easier way for tenants to report, the reporting of this. And what has also supported this, or has likely supported this, is that we've conducted a number of key actions to engage with tenants, both through online questionnaires and follow-up calls and recommendations and website design to help educate our tenants around the risks of damp, condensation and mould within properties. And again, this has had a likely impact in the numbers that we're seeing within the report that you will have sight of. So you will see that from January, we've had a similar figures being reflected across the board. But when we look back over the previous months, we can see that those numbers are slowly increasing up, with May showing an indication of 86. We've also added into the report a DCM report status of where we are in terms of volumes and actions that have been completed or are in the process of being completed. So this is particularly focusing on surveys. So as you can see on the DCM report status, we've completed 668 surveys. We have 66 that still need to be booked. And we have 66 surveys that have been booked, and we have a further 44 surveys that are still outstanding and required to be booked in with the tenant. Some of the challenges the team are facing into in terms of that booking is no access into properties, and that is being worked through within the internals team's processes. We have also brought in a number of new KPIs to allow us to measure the way that we are working with damp, condensation and mould. 3 of those we've given examples of. This is looking at the number of live cases, average days to fix issues, and number of recurring cases, so we can understand if there's a trend or if we indeed need to change the ways that we are offering solutions, works, or indeed alternative actions to help address those issues. We have the housing maintenance officer in the team now, which is a seconded post from existing budgets within the service, and that position is in place up until June 2025. We will take a view as we move through and understand any potential continued uplifts of damp condensation and mould as we creep nearer to that timeline to understand what we need to do, or if we need to do anything at all to be able to manage any uplifts. Reporting of DCM I've briefly touched on. AWAB's law is that comment, the note in the report there is a ongoing note within the Housing Scrutiny Committee for reference. Happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Sean. Well, congratulations on getting your 100%, almost 100% in good figures. I think there might be one or two issues about damp condensation and mould. I know one of our new representatives has got something she wants to ask, and I would reiterate about resources that we have, and perhaps whether having somebody seconded until June 2025, it seems to me this kind of thing needs to become part of our baseline budget rather than being seconded and stuff. Anyway, questions. I've got to get your pronunciation right, and I did phonetically. Justina, is that better?
Thank you very much. Thank you. So as a new tenant representative, I have a lived experience of damp and condensation, unfortunately, in my property, which I was trying to, well, I did raise it with council via email, as you advised on council website. And the response I've received is that someone will get back to me within 2 working days. That was first raised on the 28th of February, and unfortunately I've chased it through all those times and nothing never happened. I've read the policy on damp and condensation, which says, as your email respond as well, that someone will get back to the resident within 2 working days. So I would like to propose of reviewing perhaps the policy and being more realistic on what council officers can do in terms of getting back and respond to the tenants, because I think 2 working days is far much too optimistic with all respect to all obviously officers that works within this department. But my lived experience was that it's impossible to get back to people within 2 working days. So again, I'm proposing to review the policy and reflect this in the policy. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Do you have a response?
But for myself, absolutely happy to review the policy. I do need to cross-reference with the AWAB law and understand what the drivers are behind that in terms of response timelines. It's disappointing to hear that you've been waiting since the 28th of February for one of our officers to investigate any concerns that you may have, and I will take that away and pick that up first thing tomorrow morning.
Thank you very much. It's been investigated already and it's been picked up on very quickly. But my point is, I don't think you should become a tenant representative to have things dealt with so quickly, because with all respect, I've been chasing this from 28th of February, which at some point I gave up, because I think you appreciate that people have life to live and different things to do, and it's quite upsetting that you have to chase things so often and so badly. So I kind of gave up, and it's just I appreciate that it's been picked up on, but I think it's very sad to see things being dealt with this way. If you become a tenant representative, it's been dealt with one day, where I was chasing it from the 28th of February, as I mentioned before. But thank you very much.
Well, I think I'm glad you've become a tenant representative. I hope it wasn't just to get your damp condensation and mould fixed. I think that's really important too. And also, I think it just highlights that if you understand how the system works, you can get things done. And we have to recognise that tenants, many people, don't quite understand how it all works. And if you're sending it, say, to a general email address, or you're going through to customer services, it doesn't always get the response. Nobody's fault, it's just the way the system is, and the fact you can't, unfortunately, pop into your local office and raise the issue, because local offices aren't quite there anymore. But that's just an observation. Okay, anybody else got further questions? Sorry. You're going to respond, yeah?
Thanks, Diana. Thanks, Chair. Yes, absolutely. I'm really pleased that the issue has now been picked up for yourself. What I'd like to say that councillors can take back to their wards and to anybody who approaches them, and hopefully if there are any tenants watching online, that we do have a complaints process, that any tenant is welcome to put a complaint through, you know, and that will be fully investigated. There are 2 stages to the complaints process, and then there is also the housing ombudsman if somebody remains dissatisfied. And as part of our commitments as a social landlord registered with the social housing regulator, it is something that we have to promote. It is in our on our website. We do put it out through our Open Door magazines. But I would urge people, as you say, not everybody does fully understand the system, you know, so that avenue is always open to them if they feel that they are not getting the response they deserve.
Thank you. Jenny Gorthrock-Wood.
Thank you. Now, I know that you've introduced some new KPIs and you're going to have these performance indicators produced in annual data returns. So that's from 1st of April 24 to 31st of March 25. I am wondering whether it is worth producing quarterly results, and my concerns are actually about the churn. You know, how long does it take for the maximum or median, you know, the range of time it takes to answer a complaint about damp concentration and mould, because there are some that I think sound as though they're pretty persistent and that tenants can't address, and others where it might, you know, following the advice, they may be able to alleviate it. And what I don't get from a sense of this is how severe the cases are. I mean, we have residents in my wards who have been sending weekly emails about this to councillors and want to be rehoused. But what I'm not clear about is how effective the work to stop the damp and condensation and mould is. So really, I want some earlier figures and data, please. Is that possible?
Sean,
Yeah, sorry, am I okay to answer this, Chair? So we've just started collecting more detailed data around DCM. So looking back from between April to the 18th of June, we can identify that some of the DCM issues are based around the type of brick wall insulation that may be in some of our older properties that are directly related to condensation, or indeed extended periods of water leakage, or indeed overcrowding of properties. So we've started to capture that information, which we can feed into reports moving forward, which will give a little bit more insight into the nature of the DCM and severity and actions that officers are taking to address that.
Thank you. I think that's an excellent question. I think it's really important that we, quite rightly, we find out what's making it all happen rather than just accept. And we never, ever use the word lifestyle choice anymore, do we, in relation to that? Yes, Councillor Bird? Hand up? I did miss it.
No, Chair, sorry.
Okay. Sorry, I don't know which one of the two it was first. Councillor Jim first, Councillor Martinelli.
Chair, yes, so I don't think what I'm going to say is going to be a huge surprise to anyone, but obviously this is an issue I think we all probably feel quite strongly about. And, you know, it's difficult to see the figures rising. I accept that a lot of this is just is that we're finding more of them, but I think what we're really finding is the scale of the problem within the city's housing. And I think it was clear when we embarked on this programme that we would find more mould and we'd need to deal with it. And I think, as you've already alluded to, Chair, the question is, are we appropriately resourcing our teams to deal with this issue? And I think at the moment it seems very clearly that's not the case, and we can see that both because we're having to second people from other teams, but also because we're now employing external contractors to deal with the scale of the problem. As many members of this committee know, but not all, because some are new to this committee. Both this year and last year, the Liberal Democrat group, as part of our budget amendments, proposed employing a dedicated damp, condensation and mould surveyor, which of course was fully costed as part of those plans, and which was rejected by this committee and then full council. And so my question really for the political and in fact non-political members of the committee, all of whom have a vote on this sort of issue, is do you stand by that decision, or would you be willing to reconsider as part of the next budget cycle? And that would be for the exec and the councillors that didn't support our amendments this year and last year, as well as in fact the tenant representatives. Thank you.
I'll quickly respond to that. I'm sure that if a need, and obviously the more you publicise, the more it comes out, I'm sure that if there's felt to be the need to get more resources, that is something that any responsible authority would look at when that need arises. And I don't have anything to do with the budget directly. It seems to me that's the answer to that. At the time, it seemed like a fair arrangement. Perhaps that may be. I don't know. Councillor Bird, and then I think Councillor Varkey.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Councillor Martinello. Yes, we have asked this plenty of times, and I have spoken myself to the officers in charge, and they have told me they're fine for staff at the moment. And we did get an extra money for a surveyor, which was done not last year, the year before, I think. So I do keep in contact with the officers to find out if they need any more extra resources or anything. So I do worry about the damp, mould and condensation. I think it is a serious thing. And we do have a lot of old properties, which doesn't help, but also it's sometimes the way the tenant lives. And that's why the most important thing really is to get around to the tenant's house as soon as possible, check out whether they've got kitchen fans, bathroom fans are working and in good condition, and they're not drying their clothes, as you know, on the radiators and things like that. And I think myself, why it's probably gone up as well, we've had a really damp time. Places haven't had a chance really to dry out properly, which perhaps doesn't help, but that's my understanding anyway. I hope that helps.
Thank you. Councillor Varkey.
So I think I might have two questions, but it depends on how my first question been answered. Officer, thank you very much for the report. And the report you have mentioned, we have a total 778 reports have been made. And can I ask you, how many number of live cases are now? On page number 208, you have defined what is number of live cases. Could you give us an update on how many live cases are now out of 778 reported matters? Thank you.
Thank you. I haven't got that detail in front of me at this time, but I will take the question away. I will capture the information and I will circulate.
Thank you. Can I ask my second question? Officer, maybe in my diary, I was checking this. This is the third or fourth time I'm asking the same question. And unfortunately, this is at all time I have received the same response by saying that I'll get back to you. But I am here again with the same question. And we, our councillors, require a specific answer. How I take the point, we are addressing the issue. And at the same time, we want to know what is actually taking place. How are we resolving it? And I would much appreciate, at least in the next committee, we will be obliged, I will be obliged, if you could give us an accurate figure of how many live cases are out of 778. Thank you.
Okay. Sean, perhaps in your next report you will include those as a matter of fact every time, those live cases, and then we wouldn't have those issues, and that would make everybody feel much happier. That seems to be a simple solution to that, yeah? Thank you. Councillor Tong.
Hello. So, as usual, I want to thank council officers for all their work trying to keep our council housing stock in the best condition. It's a lot of work and it's really appreciated. I want to briefly discuss Eakin Road again in relation to this report, to be clear, because I think it makes an interesting case study of how we handle certain things like this. So, one thing we sort of need to acknowledge is going forward with the redevelopment of Eakin Road, it's going to take a while to move all the residents out. That's just a matter of fact. And while residents are being moved out, I think it's really important we try and make sure they're as comfortable as possible. But I've had it reported to me quite a few times that residents have seen certain important repairs, often related to damp, condensation and mould, kind of being put off to the future, often like, to an unreasonable time like 2029 or 2030, based on the idea that a particular house might be demolished. And I've actually seen this happen myself, so I can confirm it has happened. And I do understand that the council has limited resources and wants to put its resources to best use. However, I still think, we need to prioritise looking after people and making sure they're comfortable, even if their home may be demolished and redeveloped at some point. So I wanted to ask if council officers had any, I guess, briefing on whether, on the fact that we need to make sure we're keeping up with repairs, even if a certain property might be demolished. And also, well, I suppose that's just it. If that was a priority at the moment, is that in people's minds?
Thank you.
Are you happy for me to answer, Chair?
Please do, yeah.
Yeah, so I think this was raised in the last Housing Scrutiny Committee, and there was an action taken out of that where we would work closely with Cambridge Investment Partnership to ensure that the message that was going out to those tenants in terms of repairs was clear and concise, in that repairs will continue to be made to those properties as and when repairs are reported into the services, and that has been articulated within the workforce as well as across the management structures.
Thank you, and I'm sure that there may be some interim work that can be done rather than anything to keep people drier and less damp, and some that there could well be there's work that needs to be done, but that might be a long-term thing that you could do something in. I'm sure that we will hope that you'll do the best to keep people not in bad housing conditions as best we can, and let's hope that some of those people are now able to move that need to move. That's going to be good for everybody. Any other questions? No, nobody? Oh, good. Okay. Well, this was down as a sort of for information thing, but it was called in, so we do have a little vote. So we have to go to the recommendations, which right at the beginning, aren't they? Yeah, it's on page 303. It's just the Executive Council recommends to note the progress of the compliance-related work detailed within the report. Quite simple. I think we can decide whether we can vote on that. And those in favour, because it's not for information. It was called in, I believe. Is that right, Sarah? Yeah? We should take a vote on it because it was a called-in item, I believe, yeah? So those in favour, so... look, your first vote, how exciting.
That's unanimous, Chair.
Good. Thank you very much. And Executive Council for Housing, do you accept the recommendation?
I do, Chair. Thank you.
Okay, and the next item, as we've spent some time, we'll be as democratic and as speedy as we can, I think, with these. Rent regulation and error update report, and it's Julia Havels to explain some of the progress made since the last reports to committee. Julia.
Thank you, Chair. Can you hear me?
I'm not efficient today, so could I ask, the next one is the procurement of planned maintenance contractor, if we're taking it in order, and we've got Will Barfield's there, been waiting, everyone's waiting patiently as Will. Are you there? Are you there? Yeah, good.
Yes, I am. Thank you. I thought I'd been knocked to the back of the agenda or something. Thank you. Yeah, this is a report about procurement of a planned maintenance contractor. The recommendation is to approve the issue of tenders and then authorise the Director of City Services to to award a contract and when the procurement is completed. But by way of background, we've got a large planned maintenance programme, investment in our council housing stock, and we do a lot of that investment through two main contractors. Our strategy is generally to have one contractor doing mainly internal planned works and one contractor doing generally external planned works. And it's that contract which is the subject of this paper. It's been in place for nearly 8 years, and it comes to an end in September 25 next year. So the proposal is to re-procure that contract. There's still a large amount of planned works to be done, and that's why we need to replace the contract well in advance. The report's really outlining and includes the scope of the work that's included within this contract. And you'll see in the report there's a list of a wide range of mainly external works, but we scope our contracts quite widely so that when we appoint a contract of this type, it can do it's versatile and can cover a lot of the work that might be required in the varied housing portfolio that we've got. Tender evaluation is based mainly on quality and social value, although there is a pricing element to it, but we really focus in on the quality of the service that the contractor is going to deliver. And in terms of tender evaluation, we engage tenant and leaseholder reps in that process, and we consult leaseholders formally through the Section 20 consultation process, because some of the work that will be delivered in the contract and leaseholders will be required to pay for. I think the report's probably quite self-explanatory. I don't think there's any questions on it.
Thank you. I've already had a prompt. Richard, Councillor Robertson, did you wish to ask a question? Anybody else got the hand up? Councillor Bajan and Councillor Gawthrope Wood. Anybody else? Oh, over there, yeah, Councillor Martinelli. Anybody else? No, not at the moment. Okay. If you can remember that order, that'll help me anyway. Go on. So, Councillor Bajan first.
Thank you, Chair. My point is about the process of awarding the contract. I would much prefer that this comes back to this committee for approval, on an officer recommendation, of course, but so that we can actually look at what is being approved. There was a problem on strategy and resources about a similar process where something had been approved and never come through the Executive Councillor, never came through the Strategy and Resources Committee. I think that these sorts of decisions at such a high level for such a large amount of money should come back to the Scrutiny Committee to be considered. Thank you.
Will.
Well, that's always possible if that's what is decided. But the reason why we put that recommendation in is because sometimes timing is of the essence with the award of a contract. We're obviously dependent on tenders being received and tender evaluations being carried out and leaseholder consultation as well. So there's quite a few considerations around the award of a contract, and sometimes it doesn't always fit in with committee cycles to enable us to have we like to have quite a long lead in before contracts start, probably of at least 6 months. So we've currently built a timetable around procurement and getting approval now. So the point I would make is that sometimes it is quite challenging carrying out a procurement of this nature to tie in it with the committee cycle at the end of it when it comes to award can be challenging sometimes. Hence, we usually ask for that to be delegated to the director. We can obviously always provide other reports around that time of progress or an update when a contract's awarded.
Thank you. The next, I'll take Jenny Gawthrope. Well, do you want to come back quickly? Yeah.
Yeah, given that you've got plenty of time, I would anticipate that it will come back to this committee. Thank you.
I presume that would have to be added to a recommendation, wouldn't it? But that's not for me to say. I'm not doing this. Okay, Councillor Gawthrope Wood.
Right, so my question really is, how do we evaluate the new and existing providers, either prior to a contract or during a contract or at the end of a contract. And the reason is, I've had reports from residents and neighbours that they've been unhappy with the time and delivery of, for example, the external door contract. In some cases, the wrong size or colour door was fitted. Adjoining windows were boarded up. Things were left unsecure on a Friday afternoon. Now, clearly, there were supply problems. But I've had other cases where, you know, it was more complex, pipework needed removing. And the process and why this has happened isn't made clear to residents. And in many cases, the city contract managers were not aware of the issues. So really, what I want to be sure is that sufficient service level and quality requirements are included in the contract and that these are evaluated and are made transparent. And it would be useful for something, a report on this, to be provided to councillors. I can think of some more examples, a garage contract, for example. Now, this is where I was, prior to being a councillor, and to me, I was the customer. But the providers, of course, saw the council as their customer, and there is a tension there. But notwithstanding that, service level, quality requirements need to, and how and when you evaluate. Thank you.
Thank you. Will, do you want to respond to that?
Yeah, I think that question is around existing contracts rather than future contracts. Is that correct?
It's actually both, and what service level requirements, quality requirements are included in future contracts, and what you've learnt from existing ones and the evaluation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Well, there's detailed specification that's used for these for this contract in its current form, and will be used again for the new contract. And we really do try and focus on service delivery. We're conscious we're appointing a main contractor to deliver a service for a period of time, and that will deliver a wide range of planned works. And we're expecting the main contractor that's appointed to be experienced in the customer service element of the contract, communicating with tenants and leaseholders, sending out letters, employing resident liaison officers to do that. And there's a specification and expectations around how that quality service will be delivered. And as part of the tender evaluation, we're asking questions around that and evaluating the responses. And the responses and commitments are built into the contract when the contract's awarded. So I think we've got that covered, and we have done that on a number of contracts and refined that each time we do it to pick up on sort of improvements as we go through to close loopholes that we might have found and improve timescales. That's not to say that sometimes there are quality issues with contracts. There will be monthly contract meetings as we go through, and there's monthly key performance indicators regarding quality and customer satisfaction that we collect. I think that addresses all of the points that you raised.
Do you want to say something more?
Well, it does sound as though if you're closing loopholes and you're picking up, you've got KPIs and you're dealing monthly KPIs, but it's not transparent to residents. Now, I don't think residents are going to want to see all the detail, but it is worth reporting back to councillors. Maybe it's to our Executive Council for Housing, but it's something that concerns me because as a ward councillor, I have to deal with people complaining at me about these sorts of things. So a little more on the kind of evaluation that you do when you come to write a report like this would be useful. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
And some evaluation mid-contract, if you're able to do that, to report to councillors. Thank you.
Will, do you have a response?
We can certainly pick that up as part of contract management procedures. We collect key performance information on all our contracts. If there's a wider audience for that and people want to see that, we could do whatever people want to see with it. Really, we can consult further with the executive council and find out what format people would like to see that in.
Thank you. I know that, Diane, is this responding to this? Or I know Councillor Martinelli, I believe you wanted to ask a question. Is this
It's
in
really
response to
to
this?
follow on Councillor Gawthrope Wood's point. So is it appropriate to raise it now?
It probably is, because we might go down another path and we have to come back to it. Let's try and close this one up.
From my
yeah.
experience and from contacts that I've had with other tenants and leaseholders, the type of issues that Councillor Gawthrope Wood is describing is often with the main contractors, subcontractors, that haven't got a clue about the City Council's ethos in its customer service with residents. And that's where a lot of the poor public relations breaks down.
Thank you for that comment, Diana. I think I'd probably think of examples of that myself, yeah? Anyways, that's to be noted. Now, Councillor Martinelli, you did have your hand up, did you? I can't remember. Yeah?
I don't know if... yeah, thank you. I mean, I think we're actually somewhat on the same page here, actually, which is that I think this is what's very clear to all of us is this is a very important contract, both in terms of money and resident experience. And you know, in a sense, with this report, what we're being asked to do is say, oh yeah, crack on with it. And there's you know, whilst it's clear what kind of work's being delivered, what's not very clear from the report or from the plan is, you know, how this will be judged, what the KPIs are exactly. And I agree with the previous points about evaluation of the previous contract being critical to forming those. So, for example, in our group, what we would be interested in including more would be things like, you know, flexibility of delivery of the repairs, out of hours working, access to Saturday morning work for people that need it and require it, that can't be in during the daytimes, for example, you know, or you know, that there may be other KPIs which people think are important to have as part of this long-standing and important contract. And so I guess you know, that's kind of key for us, and how we'll monitor that over the 5 to plus many years period. And so I suppose what we would probably support is there being some further scrutiny of this as appropriate, and I think we're flexible on what format that would take, whether that be, you know, for at least for information of the committee, and then it's something we can call in if necessary. But it does at the moment seem like we're kind of giving a bit of a blank check to say organise a contract. I'm sure it would be fine, but we know there can be improvements made to the delivery of planned maintenance works, and this seems like a good opportunity for councillors and tenant representatives to intervene to make sure that process is as effective as possible.
Thank you. Do you have a response? Well, I'm sorry, Samantha, I've missed you before.
I think the point about supply chain management is a key one. There's the main contractors and subcontracting a lot of work, and as you can see from the scope of work, it's quite wide and diverse, and there's lots of smaller local companies that are engaged in that wider supply chain. So our main contractors have got a job to make sure they do toolbox talks and make sure all the supply chain is fully engaged with the specification and the service requirements that the council's expecting that we've got in the specifications. But it is a challenge with lots of small local suppliers working for the main contractor to make sure everything goes smoothly in all cases. And that's you know, what the team within City Services, we're managing that on a daily basis and making visits and making sure our main contractors are managing it correctly and making sure all the health and safety and resident liaison is taking place. I would say our feedback from customer satisfaction from these contracting works is consistently high in the 90% is what we generally get back from residents that respond. Although I'm conscious, obviously, not all residents respond. And obviously, it's when things go wrong or don't go so well that other people hear about it as well. But we generally get a high quality of work and consistently high levels of customer satisfaction that people receiving planned works of this nature. In terms of the flexibility of work, a lot of the supply chain would prefer to see wider flexibility and working all day Saturdays if they could, but we generally restrict that not everyone's available to supervise work and to be available in case there are emergencies or other issues for weekend working, and it can cause disruption on estates. So we generally restrict Saturday working to sort of 8 until 12 unless there's particular permission for that to happen.
Thank you. Samantha, did you wish to say something? Sorry.
Thank you. It was just to come back. I think, you know, one of the words I heard there was around transparency. And as a housing leadership board, we're certainly, you know, a group of managers. We are looking at how we are more transparent. So how do we publish those customer satisfaction results so that they're available not only for our tenants and residents, but for councillors as well to be able to go through and reassure themselves on the performance.
Thank you. Councillor Robertson has let you all go first. Now he's got to say his bit.
I think, well, we've heard a lot about the need to take into account customer satisfaction. When we've got that information and then we're re-tendering a contract, we need to make sure that the performance of the existing contractor, if they wish to re-tender for a new one, is taken into account. Now, I understand there are some limitations on what we can do, though. We are legally required to include anybody who wishes to tender, but we're also required to ignore what we know about their current knowledge of ignore the current knowledge we've got of the contractor, and purely evaluate what had been written in response to our questions. So that does sound to me as though we're not taking into account the experience we've got of the contractor. So could you clarify that?
That's it's very important that we maintain a legally compliant and objective tender evaluation, and we're not biased. So we have to look forward and say what bidders are going to deliver in and how they're going to comply with the specification that we set, and there's criteria, and that is marked, and that's completely transparent process. It's all done through the council's procurement portal and moderated by the council's corporate procurement team who are involved with the evaluation process at that point. There's obviously in the past been issues of companies being sort of blacklisted and not included in tender processes, and that's illegal. We can't do that. So we have to make sure we've got a wide panel of people that are looking at the bids that we consider, and we're judging them objectively against set criteria, and that can all be obviously reviewed and challenged by bidders if they think they've been if they think there's been bias in the evaluation process.
Does that help?
Sorry, I left that on. Sorry, I didn't think you told me how do we make sure that our experience of a contractor is taken into account in the evaluation of a new tender. So what's the point of getting the information if we can't use it?
Well, we have to ask evaluation questions of all bidders, and we have to evaluate them all, much as you would do with a job interview or any other sort of evaluation criteria. Also, we have to judge based on what people are saying that they're going to deliver in the future. That's the way that the procurement process generally works. Obviously, we can ask questions and we can craft our questions carefully to get exactly the answers that we want, and we can test that, and we can ask for we can do site visits as part of tender evaluations, and we can have clarification meetings and sort of presentations as part of that. So there's quite a wide range of different evaluation methods that can be used.
And
you can't just exclude people that you don't like from the process at all. That's not what we do.
Are we supposed to infer from that one way or another we do make sure that the experience we've got as a contractor does form part of the evaluation process and award process?
No, I wouldn't say you can infer that from that there's some sort of indirect process going on where we do that, because we try and be as open and transparent as possible. There's tender evaluation questions which go on the portal, and there's bids from tenderers that are interested in the work, and they're evaluated objectively with scrutiny from the procurement team, and there's moderations that are managed by the procurement team as well to make sure that there's not subjective opinions being made at the point of the evaluation, which is something that we can't do. But there is a wide range of evaluation methods used to make sure that, you know, if people can't do it or haven't, or, you know, if they're not able to deliver the service, we should be able to identify that through the evaluation process, or mark it accordingly if one's better than another.
You're giving me a small amount of reassurance. I think I'll have to leave it for now, but it'd be interesting to follow up on that one day.
Well, it is a very difficult issue, but we have to remain objective and transparent in the way that we evaluate tenders. And this is a large contract, so we have to make sure we're you know, following the letter of the law in what we do.
Any more questions? I could make an observation that I've been involved in doing, and so has Diane, haven't we, in doing some of this. We're quite good at seeing through things, if that's a reassurance, on the bits that we do, because we're looking at the customer service approach, aren't we? And it is quite important that to actually go past, because some of the presentations, I'm sure you agree, Will, are all singing, all dancing presentations. You think, well, you know, you've got to go beyond that and ask the questions and make the justification for your evaluation based on what you're reading there, but get past the presentation. I think that everyone's getting quite good at that, yeah?
Yes, I would say so. And obviously we are advertising this on the council's portal. There will be a two-stage, so we'll advertise it out, first of all, to make a first selection of, we think, contractors that are able to do the work for us, and then we're likely to invite around 5 or more to actually tender for the work. So there's a first stage selection to make sure we get people who've actually got the capability and capacity to do the work, and then a second stage process whereby we're getting detailed responses of how people are going to deliver these services for us. And obviously then there's a pricing part of that as well. We have a price list of typical works and rates for other items, because obviously at this stage we don't know exactly, it's not like a project, we don't know exactly what work is going to be taking place in each year of the contract moving forward, because obviously that varies the investment plan.
Thank you. Any more questions? It's a difficult subject to tackle, isn't it, when there are constraints that aren't necessarily the constraints you'd want to put in, but they're part of the whole tendering process. So, any more questions? Yeah, there's I'm told a little one from Councillor Borthrock Wood, yes?
It's a comment, really, which is that what I want to make sure is that the bar is not set low or set too low.
We certainly wouldn't aspire to have a low bar. We're obviously trying to deliver excellent services, and we want people that have got experience of delivering planned maintenance work, you know, a large program of planned maintenance work successfully to a whole wide range of properties and to customers. So we have a very high bar, hopefully.
And a reassurance that we don't necessarily go for the cheapest, because we've got to balance that up with the quality and the other issues that we're looking at. Accessibility, how to deal with tenants and everything else, yeah? Councillor Bajan, yeah?
Chair, I suppose, coming back to where I started, this is indeed all part of the same debate, isn't it? Yeah. That it should come back to this committee for final approval.
Well, I don't have a decision in that, really. Do we have a form of dealing with this, or would it be better perhaps to, if it can't come back to committee, give it, if that's what people think, you'd have to have an amendment. Councillor Bird.
Chair, I don't think it needs to come back. We're putting it out for tender. They've got different stages the officers have got to go through. I'm sure once they've been through one set of stages, they'll be coming back to us here at the Scrutiny Committee, and then we can really scrutinise it then. But at the moment, they're having to do all the work to get it going.
I think it's all we need to, I think Will possibly you need to see how all that fits in with the time it takes to get to the stage when you need to talk further about it, yeah? Well, you've got a year to get this done, haven't you, in effect? Is that about right?
Well, we'd like to have the tender awarded by sort of March, April 2025, March to April. So we have a 6-month lead-in period before the existing contract comes to an end.
Thank you. Councillor Bajan?
So, Chair, was Councillor Bird agreeing with me in saying that it will come back to this committee?
I'd ask Councillor Bird, could you clarify?
What I'm saying, Chair, is that we'll do the recommendation on this report. Once the officers have got through all the tendering and stuff, I'm sure they'll come back to this scrutiny committee, as they always do, and let us know how they're getting on. We don't need a special meeting or anything.
Okay. So we're going to, so we don't want to amend it, but you want to say that it will come back further to be noted, yes? Is that best? Yeah, okay. And then obviously that can be taken further by those that wish to take it further, yeah? Is that fair? Okay, fair enough. Simple, unless anyone comes up with anything else. Okay, so we're still on agenda item 8. We've got any more questions, clarifications, statements, observations? No, good. So we've got a recommendation on page 312, and it's just recommendations to its one recommendation. So those in favour of the recommendation? Oh, I can vote on this.
That's unanimous.
It's unanimous. We like unanimity, don't we? Good. Okay, well, that's that. And Executive Council for Housing, do you agree? Approve?
I do. Thank you very much, Chair.
Now, sorry, Julia. Thank you, Will, very much. You didn't get bumped
Thank you.
back. Julia was hoping she'd get finished early, but now it's your turn. Okay, Julia Hovels will introduce a rent regulation error update report, agenda item 9, and it's really a progress report, yeah? Thank you, Julia.
Lovely, thank you, Chair. Yeah, in March 2024, we committed to bringing back regular update reports in relation to progress in dealing with the rent regulation errors that were identified and communicated earlier this year. This is the first of those update reports coming back to you. So since we spoke to you in March, we have moved on with some of the activity. We can confirm that all current tenants affected by the error were communicated to at the end of February, that all rents were corrected from the beginning of April, so that nobody is paying more rent now than they should be. And we therefore have closed the window on the error so that we have a period up to the 31st of March 2024, where we now need to move forward with refunding any overpayments that people have made. We began a process to recruit a project manager to come in and take this project forward for us, because it's a large project that's going to take a huge amount of resource. We've been very clear that it will need a number of staff in order to manage this once we are in a position to begin the refunds. We have had some difficulties in recruiting to that post. We've advertised it twice, and at the point of going to print with this report, we're still in that position. We have now offered the post to somebody, but we still have to go through all of the appropriate references and, you know, recruitment checks before we can be confident and announce formally who we've got in the post. So that has caused us some issues and meant that we've had other staff still covering some of this work. After putting the rents right from April 2024, we did a huge piece of work at the very back end of March to try and identify the amount of money that is likely to be refunded, because we were required by the auditors to include an estimate in our accounts for 22-23 and 23-24. We completed that piece of work at the very end of March, and the outcome of that estimate is in section 4 of the report, which identifies that just under 4.4 million is expected to need to be refunded, either to the Department for Work and Pensions, if it's paid by benefit or universal credit potentially, or to the tenants themselves if they've paid that money. The next piece of work for us is to move on with detailed checking of the calculations to make sure that we have individual calculations on a property by property basis, that we can validate and be sure that we are confident in the amount of money that we need to credit every tenant's rent account with. And we are in discussions with the Department for Work and Pensions. That is really one of the biggest risks at the moment to our timescales, is that we are in early discussions with the Department of Work and Pensions on how we will deal with repayment of any universal credit. In the event of housing benefit, we're in discussions with the IT providers, because it's down to how we actually communicate between the IT systems in order to do recalculations of benefit and pay the amount of benefit that's been overpaid back to the DWP through that route. We have the IT systems within the organisation to be able to move that piece of work forward. Where universal credit is concerned, the Department for Work and Pensions pay the tenant directly, and then they pay us their rent. So we don't have any direct relationship with universal credit in the same way, and we need to come to an agreement with them about how we will treat this and how we will rectify this error in relation to universal credit. And until we can resolve that, we're not in a position to be able to move forward and start making any refunds. We do still intend, as we committed to in March, to write to tenants in the summer. We are anticipating sending that letter out shortly after the general election, so we will write to tenants in July to give them an update on where we are, and hopefully by then we will have some more information from the DWP so that we can be clearer on the timescales from the summer onwards. As I say, the financial implications are identified in section 4, with just under 3.3 million in relation to the service charge error going back to April 2004, and just under 1.1 million in relation to the affordable rent error going back to 2015-16. And I'm happy to take any questions that anybody's got on the report.
Thank you, Julia. Are there any questions? No. I can see there are going to be complications with universal credit, because if people get refunds directly to them, that could upset calculate. It's complicated. I don't know. What do you think the nature of these refunds might be, maximum amount? Have you any idea then what they might be?
Well, in terms of for an individual?
For the individual,
tenant.
because, yeah, for the individual tenant.
It does depend on whether they're affected by the service charge error or the affordable rent error. But they do, move into thousands of pounds for some individual tenants. So for some tenants, the amount per tenant is not insignificant. And that is one of the Department of Work and Pensions concerns, that if we repay universal credit, that the tenant has paid us back to them directly, that there isn't a clear mechanism or the ability for the DWP to ensure that they would get that money back or be able to recover that money back from the tenant. Legislation does allow for the DWP to demand that money back from us directly, even though it was paid to us by the tenant. So as I say, we're in the early stages of discussions with them, and hopefully we will have a way forward once we've concluded those.
Thank you. Let's hope that paying back directly to universal credit will be better than individual tenants getting it, whether there's an issue about them paying it back, because it then affects their income. So I can see it's a very complicated process, yeah.
It is complicated.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Any further questions? I think that's very explanatory. Anybody else? Oh, yeah. Oh, Harmony, sorry.
Yes, can you assure us that you will be searching for a mechanism where universal credit or even housing benefit is paid directly back to the DWP? Because many people on benefits struggle to manage money as it is, particularly with income coming in only once a month. And therefore, any system that pays it directly back to the tenants may lead to increased debt for tenants where they cannot manage this overpayment and paying it back themselves.
I can confirm that in respect of housing benefit, we won't be making any repayment of overpaid housing benefit back to the tenant, because we will work to identify and find a resolution to be able to pay that back directly to the DWP through our benefit system. I'm not able to confirm that that will be the case in relation to universal credit until we've concluded those discussions with the Department for Work and Pensions, because it won't be our decision in isolation, and the legislation allows them to determine, unfortunately, which route we go down. So I can't give that guarantee at the moment.
But obviously that's what we hope. Yeah, you can't guarantee, that's what we hope. We'll bear that in mind, and I take what you're saying, yeah. Thank you. So, so we put it to the vote then, it's the...
Yes, sorry, there's just a small point, I'm sure you've taken this into account, but if we do end up paying people back money, then, and they were receiving universal credit, or are receiving universal credit, does that become income and might prevent them in the future taking that universal credit?
But I think that's what I was kind of referring to. Once you get an unexplained bit of money, then that's taken account as that's your income for that month, isn't it? So that then puts all kinds of complications into your future claim. So we hope that you can get the best resolution for this, for everybody's sake, yeah?
Thank you. Yes, just to confirm, I know you referenced there that you hope we will certainly be pushing for a resolution that doesn't put tenants into debt wherever possible. That is obviously our preference. We have also, in our communications already, and it is planned, this will continue to be in our communications with tenants, is just reminding them that, yes, you're absolutely right, their thresholds of income are taken into account, and any savings they may have in their bank accounts does affect benefit payments over certain thresholds. But what they are able to do, and we've made them aware of this, is pay off maybe other debts that they have, you know, so that they can, you know, make sure that they're within those thresholds, but also put them in a better financial position with maybe other debts they have. So that is part of our communication there, because as you say, you know, as much as possible, we don't want this to, you know, for anybody to be financially worse off as a result of this. So we're working very hard in our communications in that sense.
Thank you. Right, ready? Oh, go on, last go, really. I've been very generous here. Go on.
It may be that I could have worked this out, but it's the table under implications and financial implications. So it's item 4, so after 3.11. And you've got former with name and former anonymous. How do you deal with the anonymous? Do you actually have records with the person's name, or have they disappeared?
No, so we don't. Under the GDPR legislation, which we had switched on, we had the GDPR functionality switched on in our housing management and rent accounting system until we discovered this error. We switched it off once we discovered it, so we don't anonymise anymore. But to be GDPR compliant, we had some software that basically wiped the information in relation to any tenancy that was over 6 years old, you know, had terminated more than 6 years ago, and had a nil balance on it. So if there was no arrear and no credit balance on the account, and it had been terminated over 6 years ago, the system effectively wiped it. So all we have is the tenant name being anonymous, and there is no rent account to go into. So we're able to calculate the amount of money that we know the person paid for that period, because our charges are based upon the property and not on the tenant. But we don't know who was in the property in that period. What we do intend to do is to make sure that we provide information on the website, so that if anybody who was a tenant many years ago feels that they want to contact us and pursue any refund that might be owed to them, they can fill in an online form when we get to that stage. And as long as they can provide us with sufficient information to be able to confirm that they were the person in the property for that period, then we would consider making a refund to them. So that's going to have to be dealt with on a case-by-case basis. And the refund policy that we brought through in the March committee sort of addressed that in the way we would approach it.
Thank you. Now I'm going to say that I'm going to put it to vote now. It's recommendations 2 on page 317. Those in favour of the recommendation, which is basically noting progress. Those in favour? Yep. Unanimous. Executive Councillor, do you agree with the recommendation? Cool.
Yes, I do, Chair, and I really want to thank Julia and her group for all the hard work over this. It's took 6 months so far, and they've done a fantastic job to get this far. So, well done, Julia, and say thank you to your colleagues.
Thank you, Councillor Bird. I'll pass that on.
I know one or two people might, I think if we can do the next agenda item, if there's a need for another break, should we go between this one and the next, yeah? After 10, yeah? Okay, so I'm going to go now to agenda item 10, which is the, yeah, after agenda item 10, yes, and it's a anyway, we're on page 325, and it's a kind of carry forwards, and it's Julia again, yeah?
Thank you, Chair. This is the outturn report for the housing revenue account for 23-24, and the recommendations in the report include a confirmation of the amount of money that is being requested as a carry forward from a revenue perspective from 23-24 into 24-25. Those carry forwards were approved in principle in March. We are now just confirming final figures in respect of them, and it confirms a carry forward request of just over 12.5 million in respect of capital expenditure, which will be considered by this committee, and then subject to approval at this committee will go on to full council for final ratification. The outturn position for the HRA last year at a service level reported an overspend in expenditure, with the biggest contributor to that being an overspend in repairs. That combined an overspend in response repairs because of disrepair claims and damp and mould repairs, with an overspend in void repairs because of the condition that we are receiving properties back in and the amount of money it's costing to get them back into a lettable state, with additional expenditure also in relation to some of our compliance areas, where you're aware that we have done some significant work over the last few months and certainly in the back end of last year to ensure that we're moving to a position that we are compliant in respect of all of aspects of housing maintenance. So we would have been reporting an overspend for the HRA, but we made a conscious decision and in the financing at the end of last year to restructure the way that we financed the capital programme for last year. From the report that I've just presented in respect of the rent regulation errors, we were required to adjust our opening balances, our opening reserves for the HRA at the beginning of last financial year by the 3.8 million that we expect to need to refund to tenants up to that point in time, and to deal with the £500,000 that we expect to need to refund in relation to last year's charges in the year itself. Now, making that adjustment in the accounts and recognising that we need to refund that money, if we'd left it as it was, would have brought our general housing revenue account reserves at the end of 23-24 down to a level that was below our prudent minimum level. We set a prudent minimum level of reserves to ensure that we can deal with any unforeseen circumstances. And the rent regulation error isn't a perfect example of the reason why we have those reserves. We have minimum reserves of just over 5 million and target reserves of 7 million. And that meant that we were able to respond in year to that error without it causing an immediate financial issue, a cash flow issue for the housing revenue account. So what we needed to do is ensure that even though we've had to take that into consideration, we left ourselves at the end of the year still with a prudent minimum balance so that we can start 24-25 in an equally robust position. And we did that by reducing the revenue funding into capital to leave more money in our revenue account. And we instead used a capital reserve that we have to fund some of the new build programme in last year. That money would have been used in future years. We just altered the funding to make sure that we had sufficient money left in our revenue reserves at the end of last year. We also used that reserve to avoid the need to borrow last year to fund new build expenditure. The borrowing, the interest rates are so high at the moment that we don't want to borrow until we really have to, and we want to be able to make sure that we utilise any existing resources we have before we go out and borrow at the rates at the level they are at the moment. We will have no choice but borrow in 24-25 because we have very little reserve left to fund any expenditure now. We're in a position where all of our new build expenditure will need to be funded by borrowing. The appendices in the report identify the major variances. So Appendix B highlights the major revenue variances compared to budget. Appendix C confirms the carry forwards that we've, and I say they were requested in March and are just ratified as part of this process. And Appendix D confirms the position for the capital programme and the request to carry forward 12.5 million in respect of capital resource into the next financial year. Although that is a significant carry forward, it is lower than we have had in previous years, and we did spend a significant proportion of the capital programme last year. There was still some unavoidable slippage in relation to the delivery of the Decent Homes programme and access issues into properties, and there was some slippage in the new build programme that we recognise every year, where we'll always set budgets at the outset of a project, and then there will inevitably be delays when we get on site in securing planning, in securing vacant possession, in some of the site surveys that we do when we get on site. Some of those things will always introduce delays in the process, and we rephase those budgets. So the request as part of this report is to rephase quite a considerable amount of the new build investment based upon our latest estimates of when we will deliver those homes. And I'm happy to take any questions that anybody has.
Thank you, Julia. You've made all that very complicated process reasonably clear, because it's a complicated one. Are there questions? Councillor Martinelli?
Thanks, Chair. So I guess, looking at the revenue, obviously one of the underspends that jumps out is the underspending on smoke detectors to a tune of about £150,000, which strikes me as quite a lot of smoke detector installation. And obviously access issues are highlighted as part of that. And I suppose my comment was really, I presume that underlines the need for a kind of consistent access policy for the installation of critical works like smoke detectors. And I think regarding the capital programme, our concerns would relate to, as you've already alluded to, the significant underspend, particularly in the Decent Homes programme, which as we all know is important for residents to be living in best possible conditions. And I know the underspend this year was about 6 million, and last year it was about 3 million. Do we consider this is going to keep increasing indefinitely with further slippage, or is there a natural sort of point where we have to fundamentally rethink about the way we're delivering that programme? And I guess to a lesser extent, the same would apply to the estate investment programme, which also underspent by about 1.5 million.
Thank you, Councillor Martinelli. In relation to the smoke detectors, you're right, there were access issues. We have had access issues with that programme. We have requested a carry forward of that money so that that work can be completed. But you're correct, and I will feed back to the relevant officers that there is a requirement for us to consider how we best access properties in order to avoid this issue in the future. The same thing goes with the capital programme and the Decent Homes programme. We don't rephase all of the money into the coming financial year. So some of the money from previous years is rephased further down the line, because there is a recognition that if we keep rephasing any underspend into the following financial year, that it is impossible for the contractor to have sufficient capacity to actually deliver, 2 years worth of work in one go. They don't have the workforce to be able to do that. So there is some element of rephasing into future years, and we will revisit the entire 30-year investment programme again as part of the medium-term financial strategy in November of this year, where we will rephase that capital investment based upon updated information on stock condition and on the capacity of contractors to deliver it. But I do take on board your comment about access issues, and I will feed that back to colleagues.
Thank you. Councillor Gorfoot-Wood.
Okay, I've got quite a few questions. So with reference to its item 312 on the capital financing and reducing the use of direct revenue financing, but I just wonder, and the high interest rates. So I agree that we have high interest rates at the moment, but I just wonder what the Public Works Board interest rate was at the moment. So that was my first question. And then the second is, it's really a minor comment, and this is on the diagram. I hope you can hear me, because I'm sitting back from my microphone. So this is on page 328 of the report, so it's section 3.1, and it's a table showing gross expenditure and income charts for 2023-4 and 2022-3. Really, I would like to see in each of the top charts the total expenditure and total income. I mean, you've got pounds, million, you've got the breakdown. This is clearly meant to show the breakdown, but it's useful to have, rather than have to add it up myself, just have that included. So that's really for future. And then on 3.6, depreciation. So on the infrastructure assets plan equipment, okay, it's not a huge amount we're talking about, but this is less than expected. Is this a function of the standard depreciation formula? Is it a good thing? Why is it less than expected? And will there be a smooth or a big step down in value perhaps next year? And then I had some questions. Still there. One on the Kia Home Improvement Agency, 311. So I understand the underspend, but we do have a lot of tenant repairs outstanding. And it's really how much, access. Shall I carry on talking? Can you hear me, Julia?
I can hear you, yeah.
Access and tenant, how much do access and tenant refusal contribute to this? I'm somewhat worried about outstanding repairs for ageing residents who used to do the work themselves. Some are in the old people's bungalows, and others are having difficulties with minor repairs. So, given we've got furniture and other things, higher than expected spending in council housing, I'm really just a bit surprised about the Kia underspend. So that's the Home Improvement Agency. And then on voids, I had some questions. Do you want me to carry on, or
Shall I answer the first ones first and then come back to your
so.
second set, if that's okay? Okay, so I go back to the beginning of them. So in relation to the charts, yes, no problem at all. Take on board your comment, and I can add the totals in the future. In relation to the depreciation question, so we depreciate our plant and equipment, things like our IT. So we invest money periodically to purchase a new IT system or upgrade the IT system that we have. We then write that asset off over a number of years. And I think it was our main housing management system has been written down over a number of years and therefore doesn't have the same value as it did. It's written down and we now have it in there. So that was a fortuitous underspend, and we will adjust budgets going forward to take account of that. But at some point, we will then need to reinvest in order to replace or upgrade the system again. And then the depreciation will kick back in for the new investment. So that there is a bit of peaks and troughs in relation to that investment. The table 311, you had a question around the disabled facilities grants. So we underspent by 384,000 in respect of disabled facilities grants, work delivered through the Home Improvement Agency. That service is demand led. So, if they publicise the service, they market the service, they've been out and about doing all sorts of things to try and garner greater interest in it. But we were only able to spend that money where we have people that put in applications for those grants. And it's not that we're turning people down, it's that we just don't have the demand for it that we had many years ago. In relation to the capital financing, you were, I think, 312, were you asked, did you just want an explanation of that?
Well, it was really how interest rates look in comparison to...
Okay, so the interest rates at the moment, the Public Works Loans Board change their interest rates twice a day, every day, and they do fluctuate. but they're probably up at about 5.5% at the moment. We get a slight reduction on their published rate within the HRA at the moment, which brings it down to, I think, 0.6% below the rate that they publish. So if we were to borrow at the moment, we would still be looking to borrow at just under 5%, whereas the assumptions in our business model at the moment are that it is going to be just over 4%. So the rates are still considerably higher than they are in our current business plan, because we had expected them to come down. And they're much higher than we had in 2 years ago, when we were borrowing at 2.5%, and it had been at that sort of level for quite a long time. So the borrowing rate does have a really significant impact on our business plan. Then you said you've got a question to move on to in relation to voids.
Yeah, thank you. So on voids, yeah, so we've got 618k, I think it was. So we've got poor condition temporary housing voids. So the normal void repairs are quicker, and then we have the housing audit. So that presumably means that for normal housing, the voiding is that they're in less bad repair. But why are the temporary voids in poorer condition? And what's the churn? Is this significant? Are these all tenant properties that we own as a city?
Okay, can you just confirm where in the report you're referring to? Sorry for that.
Sorry,
point.
I'm in Appendix B now. Sorry. So it's actually in the table under repairs and maintenance at the bottom of page 337, where there's some stuff there's a section.
Yeah. So we did have quite a significant amount of void work in temporary accommodation with properties that we purchased to accommodate refugees, having void works on them. I don't think our temporary accommodation is any particular poorer condition. The comment around the poor condition that voids are being returned to us in relates to our stock more generally. So that comment doesn't relate specifically to temporary accommodation voids. We are receiving back properties in a worse condition than we have done in previous years, and that's been a pattern over the last couple of years. We'd hoped that it might be something that was COVID related, and that it was because we maybe hadn't got into as many properties for a period of time, but it does seem to be continuing. So it is something we do need to address. We do have the tenancy audit process in place, and over time we are getting into more and more of the properties as part of that tenancy audit. So we're actually identifying the condition of properties earlier, and we're able to engage with the tenants and, you know, do what we can to try and remedy the position before it gets any worse. But it is something we've experienced, as I said, over the last couple of years, and it is costing us more to put these right.
Thank you. I did have one more question. Am I allowed?
Oh, I don't know. You might have used your allowance. What was your
Yeah, so this is 338, and it's about the estate management. I still have concerns about the underspend, and it's on estate lighting, because I do have problems we have problems, it seems, in my ward with legacy estate lighting, and particularly for elderly residents and for security. So I strongly support the upgrade programme, but I just had, it's really more of a comment than anything else. I think that's me done, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, well, that's that comment. I've got Councillor Robert. You finished now? Councillor.
No, I think Councillor Wood has covered what I wanted to cover. Thank you.
What a lovely approach. Thank you very much for doing that. Are anybody else with questions? I can see Harmony, yes?
Yes, I just wanted to make one comment on the underspend for the disabled facilities. I would just like it noted, basically, that one of the things that is contributing to this underspend is a lack of signposting within the council. As a disabled person, many times when I've approached about getting adaptions and such like, it's been, we don't do that, rather than, we don't do that, but there are these grants available to get it done. So can the council be more aware of signposting disabled people to the appropriate resources? Thank you.
Thanks, Harmony.
I think Samantha Shimon's going to respond to this.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, absolutely, we need to be clearer on that. We do have a process that we follow. It does require residents to have an occupational therapist report because, you know, what we need to also make sure that the adaptations made are the right adaptations for that person and that, you know, they will deliver the clear outcomes. But absolutely, you know, that's another area where I talk about transparency. We're trying to make sure where possible we get our policies published so that they are there for tenants to reference and staff as well, so they know where they are. And there is work on the website that is taking place to help with all of that.
Thank you. And Councillor Bird.
Thank you, Chair. And also, if you have any problems, please come to me. I've used the system myself, so I do understand it all. And we've got to also think about the new builds we're doing, the new housing. We're building there now accessible homes. So some are just slightly accessible, some are wheelchair accessible. So they go through the stages. So again, that's why we're underspending as well. But I think we've always had an underspend on this, so, okay.
I think the one thing to add, Chair, if I may, that the underspend in relation to disabled facilities grants is in relation to housing association tenants and private residents, because they're the ones eligible for the disabled facilities grants through the Better Care Fund. Our own tenants would have adaptations funded through the council's disabled adaptations programme, which is different to the DFG programme, and we're not able to fund council tenants using the DFG programme. So we don't have such a significant underspend in our council disabled adaptation programme. This is the one that's out there for other people out in the community.
Perhaps we just make sure that those other people out in the community, they get the information through whoever their land
Yes.
might be, yeah?
Yeah.
Thank you. Any further questions? Oh, sorry. Oh, I thought you'd... Anyway.
You thought I'd shut up by now.
Sorry.
So I do have one question, which is, again, it's on page 338, and it's really a general question on how many people we have in temporary housing. And then I did have another minor question, and this is about rental income on non-housing. And Akerman Street is mentioned, which has been proved difficult to let. So I wonder what steps were being taken to ensure that these sorts of non-housing properties can be let in future. For example, Buchan Street, when that development is completed, the shops there. But yeah, the first is on temporary housing numbers and the second is on the...
So in relation to temporary housing, we have approximately 150 units of accommodation in our HRA that is currently used for temporary housing purposes. As a council, we have a larger number of people in temporary accommodation, but from this report's perspective, which looks at the housing revenue account, we have about 150 units of our stock that are used for temporary accommodation purposes. In relation to the commercial property income, that's a mixture of garage income and commercial property income from shops, etc. You're right, we have had issues with letting the shops at Akerman Street. We do need to consider that on future investments. We did have a tenant lined up for the shop at Akerman Street, and we've done quite a lot of work in terms of agreeing heads of terms and getting right to the final stages. And then unfortunately it fell through right at the very end. We have put a budget aside to be able to do fit out works to those properties so that they are more attractive to commercial tenants, but it is still proving difficult to find a tenant for the Akerman Street shops particularly. I think shops in some of the other areas are, sometimes when we are building development sites, we are replacing shops that are there already. If those shops are well used, then the expectation is that we will be able to re-let them at the end of it. I think the Akerman Street shops weren't as well used prior to the redevelopment, And as I say, it's proving difficult, particularly for us to let those. We haven't had the same issues on other sites yet, and we don't have the same issues when it comes to reletting the rest of our portfolio. But I take on board your comments, and I will talk to property services and make sure that we consider how we market them and how we deliver them on future sites.
Thank you, Julia. And I think Councillor Swift had a question.
Oh, thanks very much. This is following on from Councillor Gawthorpe Wood. It's just about, there's 150 people, you say, on temporary housing and in temporary housing. I just wondered how long the average is for those people to be in temporary housing before they get permanent positions. Thank you.
I don't have that data directly. I don't know whether Samantha Shimon can answer that question.
Samantha?
Thank you. So again, I don't have that information. I am aware that the average amount of time in temporary accommodation has gone up as the number of homelessness applications has also risen. You know, we are aware of that. It is something that we are trying to address, but I'm more than happy to get back to Sarah with some figures around that to go in the minutes to be circulated.
Okay, thanks.
Any more questions? I asked. Right, okay then. Well, we'll go to the recommendation then, which is on, these are two parts. I'm going to ask for voting on part one, which it's just got a little bit there. You can see it, the recommendations on page 327 at 2. So under part one, those in favour of that recommendation, we can all vote on that, yeah? If you wish to, yeah? Okay, those in favour? Those against? Anybody abstaining? I've lost count of the numbers. There's four abstentions. That adds up, yeah? I now hand over to the chair of the committee who's going to do the second bit, yeah?
Thank you very much. Yes, what we're going to do now, I don't think there's any more discussion needed. So we're going to just vote on recommendations B and C of the report. So all those in favor?
6 in favour, Chair.
Those against?
None.
Those abstaining?
3.
Okay. Councillor Bird, do you accept that recommendation?
I do, Chair, thank you.
Yes. Thank you. What we're going to do now is have another 10-minute break. We're being requested, a 15-minute break is being requested. We will return here at 5 minutes after 9. Thank you. we're ready. Thank you. Okay, let's continue with the meeting. That's okay. We are going to turn to agenda item 11, Greater Cambridge Housing Strategy, 2024 to 2029. Could the Housing Strategy Manager, Helen Reid, introduce this item?
Thank you, Chair. This report seeks approval for a revised Greater Cambridge Housing Strategy covering Cambridge City and South Cambridgeshire District Councils, and it would replace the existing strategy, which was dated 2019 to 2023. It proposes a revised vision, objectives and priorities for both authorities. It includes proposals around how the councils would deal with delivery of new homes, affordable housing in particular, how they deal with existing homes and how residents would be supported to enable them to live settled lives. You'll see that the strategy comprises a main strategy document, a number of annexes and an action plan which would be updated on an annual basis. It would require approval of both authorities and it's due to go to South Cambs District Council's full cabinet next week. And just to say that South Cambs process, their decision-making process has overlapped a bit with ours. And in going through pre-scrutiny, they have asked for some minor changes to be made in order to improve clarity. And one of the recommendations to the Executive Council is that, subject to approval, they would be offered a delegated authority to make minor changes. So the plan would be to use that delegated authority to make those changes requested, or any changes that aren't substantive, which would arise from the scrutiny committee meeting. Obviously, any substantive changes to the policy would need to come back for formal decision making. Yes, thank you for your time, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Are there questions from the members? Diana.
I did ask this, but I don't want to ask it again in public, about policy towards older people's housing. We don't actually have a policy towards older people's housing, because obviously we do have an ageing population, not quite ageing as rapidly apparently as South Cambs, but we still do. And whether we have a framework for that. I was told it was held at county level, but we don't have a sort of framework that's held locally necessarily, and I think that's quite important.
Yeah, I think we used to have an older people's housing strategy a number of years ago. We used to have a number of other sort of smaller strategies which sat under the housing strategy. So we had a private sector housing strategy. I think we may have had a couple of, I can't actually remember, it's too long ago, but I think the sort of, we obviously had a homelessness and rough sleeping strategy, but that's a statutory requirement. And we've sort of moved towards just having one strategy which covers all different groups, because I think the sort of office of view really is that if you have an older, for example, if you have an older people's housing strategy, then you might want to then have a younger people's strategy, and you might want to have another strategy about other people groups. But that's where we've moved to over the years, to having a single housing strategy, but also a separate homelessness and rough sleeping strategy, because we're required to do that.
Councillor Robertson.
Thank you. An enormous amount of work has been done in preparation of this document, but it is opaque in my view. It doesn't clearly identify the changes in policy which it proposes. They're buried in the report, but there are a series of proposals within there which need us to examine and to consider. I'm going to take you to Annex 2, where there are proposals on affordable housing requirements, and the issue of primary concern to me seems to be that of the affordable housing element of 40% on most properties and 25% on smaller sites, the proposal is that 25% of the 40%, in other words, 10% of the total, must be for some form of home ownership. And apparently this policy has been not that different in the previous five-year plan. However, this council has never built any shared ownership housing. We do have some we took over from a scheme that the Housing Association had set up, I think. But we've never built any, so what is the point of having the policy in there that we never apply? There may be some social housing units who do have a go at it, but the problem, as I understand it, and the officers have told us, is that in Cambridge, house prices are so high that shared ownership doesn't work. So that's the first question which I think we should address, please.
Would you like me to respond to that, Chair? Yes, this has been in our policy. Well, the requirement for affordable home ownership, a proportion of affordable home ownership in terms of affordable housing delivery has been in our in council policy actually for a number of years. It was under our affordable housing supplementary planning document in 2006, which I think required 70% of rented homes, and then the remainder would be of an intermediate home ownership tenure. I think what we have to consider here is that, well, a number of things really, that national planning policy, and I don't know whether Stephen Kelly would want to come in on this, I think he's on the call. National planning policy requires 10% of all homes on new developments of 10 or more dwellings to be affordable home ownership. Now, what we're saying for this policy is we're not saying it has to be shared ownership, but we are saying that shared ownership is the preferred tenure if you're considering those intermediate tenures, because since the last strategy was introduced, we've had a new first homes policy, which has come through nationally, and that has we've done some work on that. We've got a first homes statement on the website, which explains why first homes doesn't really work in Cambridge, in a high value area like Cambridge. I won't go into the detail of that at the moment. We're also there have been instances in the past where things like rent to buy have gone through nationally, and there may be issues where people, they can be in a property for 5 years and then they have the option to buy it, but then there's always, in some cases, I think nationally they have then been either required, if they haven't been able to buy, they've been required to then leave, and that causes issues as well. So what we're saying here is that of the affordable home ownership tenures, shared ownership is the preferred option for Greater Cambridge, but we do recognise that there may be cases and maybe areas and maybe parts of the area where it's not so easily deliverable because it's not affordable. We also consulted with housing associations, and again, some of those, not all of them, said that actually shared ownership is one of the things in some areas that helps them to deliver, because they get the subsidy, they can cross-subsidise the delivery of the other affordable housing, and it helps them to deliver the rented element of that affordable housing. The other issue, I think, just to really to bear in mind, is that the vision, the proposed vision for the strategy is about homes and communities for all. So if we were to sort of remove any of that home ownership requirement, then we would be missing a group who are unable to access rent through housing through the normal housing register, but also are struggling to rent or buy on the open market. So yes, I don't know whether Stephen Kelly has something to say about the national position on that.
The second area of concern is to do with affordable housing sizes, which are also in Annex 2. Here we have the example of we are we are told we must set housing sizes in line with the proportion of need for the homes in the area. Now, the plan that we did have that ran until the end of last year allowed for Cambridge's needs proportions to be, her bedroom size, for instance, to be taken as appropriate for Cambridge, and South Cambridgeshire with different percentages to be applicable to them. The proposal now is to put the same, both councils have the same ratios. In other words, we're averaging between them. But it's totally unnecessary. Cambridge and the South Cambs are quite different in the way the residents and population are set up. I do not understand why we should have to put the two together. My suggestion is that we identify what the Cambridge needs per family size are and apply them for Cambridge, and leave South Cambridge to apply theirs for them. Why do we have to have them put to the same proportions?
To that. What we have is the evidence that was taken from a piece of work that was carried out to support the emerging local plan, which was which showed the number of which gives a starting point, shall I say, for the number of for the sizes of homes that might be required. We can take into account, one of the things we would take into account is the number of applicants on the housing register at any time. But what we also do is we don't just, and it may, it might be we want to clarify this in the policy, but we have a set of guideline criteria that we look at for each individual site that comes forward. So we don't just go for that starting point. We then look at other issues. So we'd look at, for example, the number of people, applicants on the housing register. We'd also look at things like how many homes are becoming available in that particular area over a period of time. So for City and South Cambs, as you say, that might well be different. So the turnover of housing stock at that particular time, because that gives a flavour of what sizes might be required. We'd also look at things like the existing stock in the local area, because if you have an area which has, for example, a very high concentration of houses, we might want to redress that balance a bit in that particular area. We'd look at what sizes are being required for people who are coming through the homelessness route. We look at any existing Section 106 requirements around sizes. And we'd also, if you have a large-scale development, it might be more appropriate to develop smaller units in one phase, and then you take that into account when you're looking at the next phase of the development to try and get a bit of a balance to make those needs. So this is purely a starting point, and then we look at each case on an individual basis and look at what might be the appropriate mix for that. So it's certainly not set in stone.
Stephen Kelly, did you want to add anything there?
Chair, not to say too much more, but I think it's right that obviously the housing strategy is read hand in glove with the planning policy framework, and generally, in most circumstances, is used to shape third-party new developments. In other words, the council's got its own programme, and it's a facilitator alongside the local plan policy that we would always look to try and customise the precise housing format, tenure split, and so forth, based upon locality and circumstances. So I think looked at in parallel with the planning policy framework and the local plan, your housing and planning officers effectively use both of those documents and the evidence of patterns of need and so on that you've been referred to shape a particular set of outcomes, and it's then put in front of the planning committee for their final judgment on that point of balance. So it is, as has been outlined, a kind of starting point, but needs to be seen in combo with the policies in your local plan that also suggest that each site
a appropriate housing mix needs to be delivered, and that gives quite a lot of flexibility to be able to deliver on your objectives in any particular area at that time. This policy is a kind of a door opener for that process, but it's not the singular way that we deliver the right mix of houses in each site.
Thank you. Councillor Robertson, would you like to add other questions?
It seemed to me that both officers are saying that, in fact, that things are made more local, so therefore it would seem appropriate that we do separate the needs in the two. Anyway, I'll move on from the next item. The next item I've got is minimum bed spaces, which wasn't in the previous plan, but it has come up, has been proposed. I have no problem with that, actually. But the final point I do want to raise is in Annex 4, the affordable rents policy. This is in relation to build to rent, isn't it? No, sorry. No, I've got the wrong one. That's also acceptable. Going on to Annex 5, build to rent policies is the main last item. The existing policy has been for some time that we require a minimum of 20% of the total number of homes produced to be affordable, for the rents on them to be affordable. That, in the experience we've got in Cambridge, the only one in recent years of build to rent, perhaps the only one there's ever been of build to rent in Cambridge, is one on Devonshire Gardens, which has been approved on the basis of 20%, because the developers just said, well, you've said 20%, so we'll have 20%. You said it's a minimum, but it isn't. It's your set rate, effectively, is what they were saying. But we should be going for 40%. Maybe we should be saying a target of 40%, but we definitely shouldn't be going for 20%. It's just asking for trouble. You can negotiate down from 40, you can't negotiate up from 20. It doesn't happen, it doesn't work like that. So I would be interested to understand what the officers feel about that one.
So yes, we have what our current policy and what we're proposing here is that a target, a minimum of 20% of homes in developments of 10 or more homes will be required to be provided as affordable private rent, and that 20%, what's the other one? Oh, so there was a discount to the market rent of 20%. Sorry, I didn't explain that very clearly. The rent should be 20% below market rents for those types of property. Now that, again, I think we sort of need to consider in the context of national planning guidance, which sets those figures. At the moment, we don't have any evidence to suggest that anything more could be delivered. There was a little bit of discussion around, I'm not quite sure whether viability work was done through the local plan, but certainly we've had discussions with planners on this, and there isn't the evidence at the moment that we could achieve any more than that 20%. If you're asking for a target of 40% homes, I don't necessarily have a view on that, but I think we'd need to understand how that fits in with that. Having that kind of wording would fit in with the national planning guidance, which requires those percentages.
Thank you. Councillor Bajent.
Chair, I'd just like to talk just briefly about the 20% for affordable rent. Very shortly, Cambridge is going to have a lot more development, the whole of this area. Hartree is coming towards the planning committee right now in outline. Government have said, and I'm sure the new government, whatever colour that might be other than red, will say something similar, that a lot of the new builds that are coming to Cambridge and Cambridgeshire will be build to rent. And so the 20% is not about a few houses, it's about thousands of houses. And I think that we should dig in on the 40%. It shouldn't be a target. It should be something that we require. Now, if we approve a policy today of 20% and the new government comes in and changes things, then we're going to be behind the 8 ball. I think that we should be talking about 40% and not even blinking. It's our policy. If it's laid down by government, then why are we even bothering to put it in there? So it's our policy. Now, I've got a number of other things that I want to say, but I just want to speak on that 20% at this second.
Can I just respond to that? One of the things to bear in mind when we consider this is that one of the other policy elements in our build-to-rent policy is that what we're aiming for is if that you have a large-scale development which comes forward with a number of different tenures, then we would want, what we'd be seeking for would be 40% affordable across that whole development. Now, whether we'd achieve that or not is a different matter, because there's a whole lot of factors that would need to be considered. But if we wanted to achieve that policy by requiring 40% affordable private rent in those schemes, you could then potentially jeopardise bringing forward other tenures of affordable housing on that wider development. So I think that just needs to be borne in mind when considering that.
Thank you. Councillor Bajan, did you have other questions?
Yes, Chair. I think that we look on, there seems to be some ambiguity here. My first question is, if we approve something here tonight, and if South Cambs approve it in their meeting, will any amendments, then we'll have a combined policy, will any amendments to that policy have to be approved by South Cambs as well as us? So that's a simple question. That's a yes or no, I guess. My other point is that I think that we should be discussing building design here. We should be talking about how environmentally friendly our new homes are going to be, whether they're going to be single aspect, what sort of sizes they're going to have. So there's a whole framework of new policy. Now, some people are saying that's down to the local plan. I'm not totally convinced that it is down to the local plan. In fact, I'm far from convinced that it is. It should be part of our housing strategy. Stephen mentioned something about design in what he was saying, but I just want to clear the ambiguity. Should this contain an extra annex? It's funny that we call them annexes. Anywhere else we call them appendixes, but I suppose it's because it's housing, isn't it, that we talk about annexes. But should we need to know, should this include the design of new homes? Because right now, planning committee, for example, we get new homes come to us, which we're advised are not very practical because they're single aspect homes. There's no through draft. Now, there's no policy to stop that. And every time it's mentioned at planning committee, people say, that's down to housing to deal with. It's not a planning matter. Housing have got to produce the methodology for designing new homes in the city. Now, my question is it down to housing or is it down to planning? Is it down to the local plan or is it down to this committee? So there's two questions. Really, both yes or no answers, I would guess.
Thank you. Councillor Robertson would like to interject.
Before the officers answer that one, can we just clarify? My understanding is that the local plan produces a design which applies to all housing, whether it's owned by the local authority, or whether it's a housing association, or whether it's privately owned. So I don't see why we would need to have an annex in this document to cover the design, but only the officers can clarify that for us.
Stephen Kelly, could you clarify that?
Certainly, yes. I mean, it's pretty clear. I understand the kind of sentiment, but it's very clearly set out in the National Planning Policy Framework that on that first point, the affordable rent levels in private rented housing schemes has to be determined through the local plan process. So I understand Councillor Bajent's concern about that process and the lag and the delay in that process and levels of growth. But the government requirements are really clear, and bearing in mind that the way that affordable rent and the affordable housing within the affordable rent process gets delivered is through the regulatory framework provided by the Town and Country Planning Act. So if you don't follow that process, essentially, and you sought to introduce that approach through your housing strategy, it would simply be ignored by the development community, rightly so in legislative terms, and they would point to the local plan as the basis for setting that. And it's very clear in national planning guidance that that's the process. In terms of the point about design parameters, again, the decision making around whether something is approved or refused by the city council is through a planning permission, and therefore you are bound by the process of your local plan and the relevant supplementary planning documents that sit under policies in your local plan to frame any requirements or criteria that you want to apply to housing. So again, it is not the place for a housing strategy, which has no planning standing for the purposes of setting design or indeed affordable housing policy quantums for you to bring that to bear into this strategy. And the simple reason for that is that the local plan process is subject to independent examination, and so those policies and the requirements of them are appropriately tested, allowing all perspectives to be heard, whereas the housing strategy is not subject to that process and so shouldn't be used to set planning policy, and indeed can't set planning policy. So hopefully, I realise how frustrating it is with a local plan process that takes a lot longer, but unfortunately there's a very clear framework as to how those requirements are brought forward into the planning permission phase, and therefore how they bite on new development.
Thank you. Councillor Bajent.
That's very confusing, Stephen, because it's talking in here about the percentages of affordable homes. And it's talking in here about the affordable rents. So if it's laid down by national policy, as you said, and we can't negotiate around that, why is it even in here? And my other point is, this is not just about council homes. This is about every home, as I understand it, that's going to be built. And the vision is, the objective is building the right homes in the right places that people need and can afford to live in. The objective is high quality, low carbon, energy and water efficient homes. That's this policy. It's not another policy, it's not the planning document, it's this policy. And this policy doesn't cover all those issues. And that is a fundamental flaw. So I don't know how long we'll backwards and forwards on this, but this is about the right homes in the right places that people can live in and afford to live in, low carbon, energy and water efficient homes. There isn't a design code in here about that.
Would you like to reply, Stephen Kelly?
Yes, yes, if I can. I mean, I think I'd go back to my original comment, which is that you need to see the housing strategy and the local plan as effectively complementary documents. So your corporate plan vision also talks about the right types and forms of development, but the means for delivering that need to reflect the respective responsibilities. So it's the objectives for the housing strategy mirror in many respects the objectives of the local plan, but the determination of policy for the right homes in the right place, those are spatial planning components, And the elements of water efficiency and, as you've touched upon, single aspect homes and so on, are matters of physical design that relate to planning policies on design that need to be addressed in the local plan. And they have to follow a process before they can be material planning considerations of some weight that allow you as planning committee members to make decisions for and against them. So you could prepare a design code and append it to this document, but it would be largely irrelevant as a planning consideration because it wouldn't have followed the process set out in the Town and Country Planning Acts for the adoption and introduction of those policies. And so the ultimate objective of achieving higher quality outcomes would not be delivered because you would still have to do exactly the same things through the local plan process to be able to enshrine those documents as supplementary planning documents or indeed planning policies against which a committee could refuse planning applications. So I think I understand that the narrative in the housing strategy seeks to achieve what many of your strategies do, but the right tool for delivery of that is either, in our case, is defined through statute and is the local plan. The quantums and the local interpretation of policy are underneath the quantums for things like affordable, private rented affordable housing requirements are absolutely the space for this housing strategy because the local plan policy effectively says that. And passports responsibility for the details of housing mix and tenure and forms to this document to bring forward. So it adds weight and standing to this document as a tool for negotiation in the planning process. I realise that's kind of confusing and the documents are sitting trying to do slightly different things, but I think when they work in concert together, and as we update the local plan, the objectives in both should be achievable, but we have to use the right mechanism to do that.
Thank you. I believe Helen Reid would like to add something.
Yeah, just to add, to bear in mind that the objective around high quality, low carbon, energy and water efficient homes doesn't just apply to new build. It's also, the strategy also covers existing homes as well. So we're trying to capture that within that that objective.
Thank you. Councillor Lee.
I had a number of comments about the documents, not really questions. And to be honest, I think, Stephen, you have successfully confused me about the point of this document as well. So, I mean, I was going to say that we broadly support this, the aims of the strategy. We have reservations about how it will go about achieving its aims, particularly because a lot of it is incredibly vague. I would like to thank the officers involved for their hard work and dedication in producing this strategy. And I also want to acknowledge the difficulty in producing a joint strategy covering two areas with sometimes divergent needs. It could be the case that some of my comments are as a direct consequence of this kind of these divergent needs. I'm happy if it's explained that that's the case. So first and foremost, we've been unequivocal about the need for far more housing, especially for local people and key workers in Cambridge. I personally know many friends and colleagues that have had to move away from Cambridge either to actually get on the property ladder or to actually have the space that they need for their growing families. Given that Cambridge is expected to continue to grow, it's vital and welcome that we have an effective strategy to ensure that people can continue to come here, afford to live here, be happy and healthy here, and settle here, which are all stated aims of the strategy. We, in particular, welcome the focus on affordable housing with consideration to local workers, which is something that the Liberal Democrats have championed before and was the case with much of the new development overseen by the Liberal Democrats and Trumpian over the last 20 years, and has only in the last few years become Labour policy here, it seems. We also welcome the recognition for the need of housing for specific groups of people and the continued efforts to tackle homelessness. But we do, so some of the issues that I have, we do feel that the public consultation needs to be more widespread and more effort should be made to increase and widen participation so that we get a more accurate reflection of local people's priorities. And so we don't see the acrimony and ill feeling with which the plans to redevelop the Egan Road site have seen. I, in particular, am not convinced that a 130 people data point in a city of more nearly 145,000 is going to provide us with the meaningful data we need on which to base a strategy that also includes South Cambridge. We also have reservations that the flexibility to ensure scheme viability will inevitably lead to the council and therefore the residents of Cambridge being shortchanged in favour of developers and their shareholders. It seems strange to me that developers are allowed to essentially get out of their obligations to the taxpayer to provide what they've pledged to provide, whether it's a certain number of units that should be affordable or whether it's space for the community. I would say that the aim to build new community is perhaps a bit vague, and I would like it to be more explicit. It seems self-evident to us in the Liberal Democrats that one does not simply build community by building a number of houses and flats in one location. Community requires community space and is not limited to community centres, but also includes the shops that people go to, the cafes, the takeaways and pubs they stop at, and the parks they walk their dogs in or take their children to. When I think about recent developments, Cambridge City Council have done a fantastic job of building much needed housing, but have been less successful in creating spaces where residents can foster a sense of community. We think that any development must necessarily have some of the amenities that any community might expect, and this includes both community centres but also commercial units where businesses can be set up in. Lastly, probably the main issue that I have with this strategy is its vision or lack thereof. It mentions that transport and infrastructure came up in the comments of the consultation, but it's not laid out whether transport and infrastructure will be considered, and if so, to what extent in future developments. There is no mention of how transport-orientated development could encourage and facilitate people to use and rely on public transport in Cambridge, or how developing communities around both active transport and public transport could lead to people opting not to rely on cars. There seems to be a lack of consideration that providing local amenities to new communities within walking distance could further reduce the dependence on cars. It's possibly the case that this is considered the sole preserve of Transport and Planning Committee, but I disagree that this siloed approach produces the best outcome for our residents. Likewise, we're told that the vision is for healthy homes and communities for all, and no mention of is made of how to include or promote active travel or healthy lifestyles. And we must take it for granted that these things will be delivered as such. Maybe a future Labour government can legislate that they are indeed healthy. But when this Labour Council have been so slow in dealing and surveying with damp, mould and condensation, I think it's appropriate to ask and expect that the strategy for ensuring the health of our residents is laid out in a strategy document that purports its aim to boost residents' health. Those are my comments. I don't really have any questions.
Thank you very much. Are there any comments from the officers on those?
Thank you. So I think Helen's very kindly written down a number of points. Firstly, in regards to the consultation and the low uptake that you have indicated in that, that is something that we are considering as a council corporately around how we can engage residents better in consultations, not just sort of full public consultations, but more widely. And I think, did you have any further comments? And I can see that Stephen has also got his hand up as well.
Stephen?
Thank you. Well, just to make the point, a lot of the comments that we've just heard relate to matters that are fundamentally captured through the plan making process. Obviously, the housing strategy is around the detailed components of housing implementation for all homes rather than the kind of growth strategy for the area. The points that were made are important, nevertheless, in terms of the approach that we're following. And the emerging local plan had, I think, a significant number of comments on its key themes, including the topics touched upon in terms of well-being, but also the climate emergency as well as the environment. And those will be brought forward through that process. But it's obviously a significant process in terms of both the evidence that's required and the timescales for it. For this document, it'll inevitably be seen as a complementary component of it, but I want to reassure councillors that together with the housing team, the planning service are most definitely not ignoring those really important considerations about community making and well-being and transportation that have been touched upon.
Thank you. Helen Reid?
Yeah, I think the only other issue I think that I've captured there that hasn't been addressed was that flexibility that you were talking about, and there shouldn't be flexibility. I think it is actually quite important there is flexibility in there, because it shouldn't be a one-size-fits-all for every situation, because there will always be different circumstances for different developments, different housing coming forward. So whilst we are laying down what we require, we do recognise that there has to be some flexibility. But the important thing is if developers aren't able to meet those requirements, that they can clearly evidence why they can't meet those requirements, and that's the key to it, really.
Thank you. Councillor Thitala Barki.
Stephen Gilly, when you answered a question which was asked by Councillor Bajan, was that your answer literally confused me. It's not your fault, it was my fault. So can I ask you this question again? If we were to approve this today, and then in future, if we bring an annex or any changes, can that go ahead without the approval by South Camps? And I would be great if you could just give me a straightforward yes or no answer. Thank you.
Who would like to answer that question? Helen Reid?
So I think it would depend on what those changes were and whether they impacted on South Camps as well. I mean, we have been quite clear in the strategy that there will be differences in certain areas of the strategy between the priorities of the two councils, and I think it's important we recognise those. In terms of some of the new development issues, I think what we have to bear in mind is that quite a bit of the development has been taking place on the fringes of the city on developments which straddle the two authority boundaries. So we need to sort of think about that when we're, suggesting any policies really that require new development. But that's not to say that we couldn't have some differences where appropriate between the two authorities. And I think there are some areas where we have said throughout the strategy that there may be differences, but it just depends on the circumstances and what's being requested.
Again, thank you. That put more confusion on me. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. So you are suggesting that if we make an additional annex and down the line, maybe 6 months or maybe 8 months' time, it depends whether that can be approved without the consent, or the South Camps can veto it. If they don't approve it, it won't go as part of the current plan.
So I think that democratically we could potentially approve a Cambridge City only annex. What we need to be careful of is what the content of that annex is and whether it may apply to sites that straddle the borders. And then that's where it becomes challenging if it is something that doesn't align with South Cam's policies and their aims in the strategy. So it's not to say that we couldn't. As Helen said, there are areas of the strategy that have identified differences. It's just, it would be challenging if it was very specific around new build and it, you know, how would we apply that to a fringe site? So that's why we're just being a little bit cautious here. It's not really a yes/no answer.
Thank you. Councillor Tong.
Thank you.
Hello. So as Stephen's already acknowledged, although I'd really love to talk about the kind of environmental ramifications of building more housing, that's really related to the local plan. So it's kind of pointless for me to do. I thought I'd go through some of the stuff I really like within this housing strategy. So firstly, housing's really, really important, and I don't want to see people priced out of Cambridge. So I think our focus should be on providing more social housing at social rent, and it's really great that's acknowledged within the report. I'm also really happy to see that we acknowledge the value of both cooperative housing as well as the need for more provision for people from the Gypsy, Roma and Traveller community. Often that's overlooked, so it's great to see that here. And it's also really good to see a big discussion about retrofitting our old homes, because it can be very tempting to just think about the new stuff we're making, but we have to think about the stuff, you know, retaining and maintaining our housing stock as it is. Unfortunately, I think when it comes to the green measures, so making more environmentally friendly homes, there's just not enough detail here. So my temptation, unfortunately, would be to abstain on this, but I do appreciate all the work that's gone in so far.
Thank you. Diana.
Well, mine's just a sort of quite a basic, I've got lots of little questions. The key thing is, my concern is over the years how social rents, housing with social rent is diminishing. And that does have an impact on people. I moved from a social rent property to an affordable housing policy. And I looked at the shelter criteria, and I'm overpaying by about £100 a month. Now I'm just saying, it's that our definition of affordable housing here, based on local housing allows, etc., is a good one, but it's quite a contrast to what a social rent is. And I think it's so sad. I just want to note the fact that we cannot deliver more socially rented homes. We can have affordable homes, but they're not quite at the levels I feel they should be for people in a variety of difficult circumstances.
Samantha.
Thank you. And yes, you're absolutely right. The amounts of social rents, you know, the true social rents coming through have decreased. Unfortunately, that has been in line with grants for social rents reducing, which makes it very difficult to deliver and makes schemes stack up financially, and I'm sure Ben could attest to that. Obviously, having this in the housing strategy, which we haven't had before, having a kind of threshold that we would like to meet is better than the position we had in the previous strategy. And we would always strive to achieve that where we can. But that, you know, affordable rent, so those sort of 60% that we typically use in our own council stock as affordable, or even the full 80% of market rent, which is the maximum that can be charged, does, you know, that was created to be able to help fund more housing, you know, and unfortunately that's kind of got us to where we are now with, you know, with having to use that as a mechanism to make these schemes stack up financially.
I know why we have to do it. I'm just deploring the fact that we have to do it. And I think it's a bit of a challenge when we are doing redevelopments and we're saying we can rehouse you from your social rented property to an affordable rented property. And I know there's an assessment done to see whether you can afford it. It is a bit of a challenge when people do move into something. And you have a nice new flat, but in actual fact, your disposable income could go down considerably. Because we're not all on housing benefits, follow me, yeah?
Okay, I'm going to take two more questions. Councillor Bajent and then Councillor Robertson.
Sorry for this. I knew it was here somewhere, thank goodness for computers. The new strategy and its annexes will be a material consideration in dealing with planning applications. Now, this is a material consideration, Stephen. So therefore, the policies in it are material to accepting a planning application. And so I bring back to the thing that this should include the outline of what houses should look like, be like, and all the list of things, all the things that are promised in here, and I can keep quoting, they will be material considerations of planning applications.
Stephen, would you like to reply?
Yeah, just to clarify, it is a material planning consideration as the housing strategy, but the design policies that you're talking about, referencing, are fundamentally planning policies that fall from the local plan design policies, and they gain their weight not from the housing strategy, which is a freestanding but material planning consideration, but from potentially, for example, supplementary planning documents, which are material planning policies of great considerations of greater weight when it comes to matters of design, because they're effectively, it's horses for courses. So if you want a design policy on the design and appearance and form of new homes, the policy that is the most significant determinant is your local plan policy. In fact, local plan policies are not just material planning considerations. You're obliged by legislation to make your decisions in line with those policies. So they're much stronger than material planning considerations where they are relevant. So there's a hierarchy of policy. And all I was trying to communicate is that the process set out through the planning legislation for those policies and the consultation and testing of them means that they have significantly more weight. So it's not to say if you put a design code as an annex to this document, you'd have to go out to public consultation on it, you'd have to prepare it, but it would have less weight than a supplementary planning document prepared pursuant to your local plan, which sought to do the same thing. And indeed, that's what we're working towards as part of the planning process. So if you want to have the maximum force to a policy around design, the housing strategy is not the place to put that piece of work. It is through the plan making process and pursuant to the local plan. And indeed, we've done some work recently, which you may be aware of, which is a design code for East Barnwell area. That document is a planning document for good reason, because it is justified and gathers its force from the local plan. There is no such equivalent for the housing strategy.
But the local plan is coming out when?
Can I
That is
suggest
part of the challenge.
Can we suggest we move on from this?
Finally, Councillor Robertson, please.
If I can take us back to the points I was making earlier, which I always intended to return to. If we look at I'm interested to understand whether changes can be made without having to go through a palaver of full consultation, or whether that is necessary, depending on what the issue is. So, for instance, if we took the affordable housing sizes, where I was suggesting we should have our own needs listed, and South Cambridge would have their own percentage needs, could that be done without too much trouble?
When you're saying what the needs are, what we have in there is a starting point. What I do need to double check, and I can't recall exactly, is it goes back to this evidence base that I was talking about that was prepared for the local plan, which gives you that starting point. And now I can't recall exactly whether that was split down specifically between City and South Cambs, or whether it was a Greater Cambridge figure. I'd have to look at that, so I can look at that and come back to you on that. I think the thing to bear in mind that is a starting point. I think you made the point earlier about outside of the meeting about sort of having the housing register breakdown potentially within there, and I don't see any reason why we shouldn't do, but we do need to sort of consider some of those other factors that I talked about earlier as to what we take into account. So let me go back to the evidence, the evidence base that we took that from, and I'll need to sort of assess. I'll come back to you about whether or not that's given us something specifically for City and South Cambs separately.
I suppose the point I'm trying to make is that we're being asked to approve a document which will last for the next 5 years. We want to make it right. I understand there's some need to get on and approve something, but it's still, we need to know whether we can adjust a few things. So the next item I would ask you about is, if we decided to set a target, we wanted a target of 40% of build to rent, rather than a minimum of 20, could we do that very easily?
I think Stephen would have to respond to that.
I think in respect of if you wanted to set a higher affordable housing target for build to rent properties, you have the guidance is really explicit that you have to do that through the local plan process. That doesn't mean that once the local plan has progressed, you can't revisit the housing strategy, but the government are clear that that is the mechanism, because you would need to test that against viability in order to justify setting it, and that would require an independent examination process, because there'll be a range of views about whether or not, as a consequence of that policy, you deliver nothing and no build to rent at all, or whether or not the development industry can actually bear that in terms of other obligations in the local plan around infrastructure and that other people have touched upon, that community facilities and so on, that also have costs associated with them that the development needs to cover. So the process really has to go through that assessment process in the local plan, and all of the guidance in the national planning policy framework is that's the only mechanism to change that, to move that figure.
So why doesn't this document tell us that?
Did you hear that question, Stephen?
I did. I didn't. I think the strategy is intended to do a number of things, and even through the annexes, I think it's designed to be accessible rather than to recite all of the detail. I think if there's a desire for members to see that more explicitly set out, then it's certainly something that we can discuss with the housing team about how we show that in the text. As part of the explanation for what we can and can't do.
Helen?
Yes, I don't see any reason why we can't have that conversation and see whether we can, if we can make it clear without confusing things further, then it's something we can look at.
Sorry, could you clarify that? Are you saying we could change it to 40%?
No, what I'm saying is we could clarify that has to come through the planning process and through the local plan process. Because I think the question was, why is it not in here? And I think it's, there's no reason I can see why we shouldn't be able to make that clear.
Thank you. I misunderstood what you were saying. Yes, okay. So basically, although it appears to be in this document as something we've got a choice on, in fact, we have no choice on it, because it's all part of the planning process. Okay. Going back to the... I do think if it's that blatant, it really ought to be in the report, in the strategy, that this is how it comes about. Anyway, going back to the final point, which is the one I raised first, which was to do with the percentage of affordable housing that could be in the form of tenure that had to be for some sort of ownership. Again, does this sound to me, what is the status of the national format, as we call the NPPF? What is the status of that? If we decide we don't like having to comply with it, what happens?
Should I answer that?
I think you probably should, Stephen, yeah.
It's effectively government policy, so you are required to make your decisions. It is a material planning consideration of significant weight, such that on something like this, unless we had a compelling evidence base, which we were able to set out through the local plan, we would simply have to follow national guidance. And the only way of departing from that, as I said, is through the local plan process. So it is effectively very difficult to range away from that government policy without significant evidence to underpin your reasons for doing so.
I'm sorry. Thank you for that final contribution, Stephen. There are issues here which clearly have not been understood by myself and possibly by others about how this document, how much freedom it's got to express itself and how much it's got to follow diktat from elsewhere. I'm at the point where I need to consult with my group before we come to a conclusion about this matter. So I would ask the chair if we could have a break for 2 minutes.
Yes, let's have a break for 2 minutes and be back here promptly. Okay, we're back. Councillor Gorthrop Wood.
Okay, I recognise all the hard work over a long period of time that's gone into this. However, so this is the sandwich, I am pretty disappointed that we've been presented with the documents and then we find that it's, it hasn't been made clear in them which things are really dictated by national NPPF, the National Planning Framework, National Planning Guidance, and what we have the freedom to set ourselves as a local council. And that particularly on, and the way that viability would have to be assessed. So on proportions of social rent, affordable rent, when we know that shared ownership has apparently not been found to work in Cambridge because it's not affordable, and the greater need is for lower rent levels. On the design, again, I think it needs to be made clear in the document that this is part of the local plan process and the emerging local plan and the supplementary documents. So we've spent a lot of time reading this, trying to understand it, but I think those things need to be made clear, and they need to be made clear for our residents as well. Thank you.
Thank you. I took those as comments, right, as rather than questions. Okay, thank you.
Apologies, they were comments rather than questions. But if something could be put in the documents to explain, footnotes or whatever, another annex, what is dictated by national planning guidance, it may be hidden there and I've missed it. How design is covered by the local plan and SPDs, that would be helpful. Thank you.
Thank you. Samantha?
There is actually a section on relationships with the local plan on page 10 of the strategy or page 368 of the agenda pack.
Thank you. Councillor Lee?
I actually just wanted to second that. I think the document could do a much better job of explaining what its scope is in relation to all the other plans, local plans and planning policies that we have. It's a really confusing document, as has been fairly evident in this debate, and so more clarification would be appreciated in the document.
Thank you. Councillor Robertson?
One further question. If it was decided that it would benefit, this housing strategy would benefit from having design built into it, it would presumably be possible to add another annex to work towards doing that. I'm not suggesting we end up doing that. I'm just saying theoretically it's a possibility. When the 2019 plan was put forward, it did not include all the annexes, which were added later, so presumably such things can be done. That's true.
You're absolutely right. Where there are requirements to be added in, I think, as you quite rightly pointed out, annexes were added after the original housing strategy was adopted in 2019 to reflect, for example, you mentioned, this has been talked about, the build to rent, that was brought in through the planning policy and through national requirements, and therefore the housing strategy responded with an annex.
Okay, so if it is accepted that there will be elements of the plan which could, the strategy which could still be tailored slightly more to recognising Cambridge's needs might be different from South Cambridge's. If things like that could be addressed in future, then I think that was our final concern would be allayed, and we would be able to vote for this strategy. So if, for instance, the example I gave you was of the bed space criteria, if that sort of thing can be amended without too much problem, then the rest of it is not within our control anyway, so we'll accept it.
So as Helen did say, the detail of where that evidence base came from, so what we're not clear on is, has Cambridge City's and South Cam's figures been merged and averaged, or actually did we come out with the same figures in the evidence base? So that's the bit that I think you're clarifying and wanting clarification on. I think we've committed to take that away and come back to you on how that figure came about, because if we've happened to come out with the same figures, then I think your concerns around whether we have been averaged with South Cams and we may have different needs would be alleviated. So we will come back to you on that point, and if that is different and we do have different needs, then we will commit to how we would look to take that forward.
Thank you. Thank you for your forbearance with all this.
Thank you. I think we're ready to move to a vote. So the recommendations are on page 350 and 351 of the agenda. All those in favor, please raise your hand.
Right, so that's 6 in favour.
All those opposed?
There's none.
Those abstaining?
There's 3.
Thank you. Does the Executive Councillor for Housing approve the recommendation?
I do, Chair.
Thank you very much. We're ready to move to agenda item 12, update on new builds. Please, could the Assistant Director of Development, Ben Binns, speak to this item?
Hello, I'll try and be as succinct as we can. It's been a long night. This is the regular update on our house building programme. Delighted to confirm 948 new build homes have been completed across 22 sites. 554 are new council homes. We've also got a bit of an update on the March committee when we last reported, where we were successful in rounds 1 and 2 for the refugee housing, and that's 37 homes that have now been purchased for that round of funding. We've also submitted a expression of interest for the third round of funding, and we hope to be successful for that. Although there are no handovers to report in this quarter, we are working hard towards the pipeline. As you are aware, Banshaw Road has received planning approval, and we are expecting Newbury Farm and ATS Markets to follow suit in July and August as well, and that will also increase the number of council homes. I think there are a couple of points I just want to highlight in the report for your consideration. There is an update on the proposed review of Davy Road, which we can confirm now excludes Bracken Road and Bracken North and South Road, elements of that initial proposal. Residents have been informed of this ahead of this committee. So although it's not in the report, I just want to clarify that that's the case. The other updates just worth pointing out are there's a bit more commentary on the rooftop appraisal that has been going on, a bit more background to that in terms of the level of detail. We are expecting to bring back a report at some point in the future, possibly this autumn. And then finally, there is a note about the design code for Arbury that I think is expected to be approved in September later this year. and the point just been made on that, that as a commercial centre with quite a few long leases there, we now need to start considering that as a district centre and what implications those long leases may have and what that might mean for the future. So those are the sort of key points I wanted to get across. I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Jenny? I'm sorry, Councillor Gorthrop Wood.
This sounds a bit more like a comment, I'm afraid, rather than a question again. Now, the design code for Arbury, King's Hedges and West Chesterton, well, I really do support this. Now, I attended the work with the Grove School and saw their input on how Arbury Court and its environs could be improved. I'm looking forward to seeing how this framework, and I note it's not a master plan, a framework, can inform and improve any designs in the Arbury and King's Hedges area. So I really do look forward to seeing the outcomes of that and the work that's been done on that. Now, whenever there's any change, there are concerns. We've talked about how uncertainty can affect people. There'll be concerns and worries. I know how much residents want and need the facilities of Arbury Court. So, looking to the future, I'm very keen to see how this is planned to make sure that the existing businesses can be sustained, kept open for residents. So, yeah, I know how much residents want and need the facilities of Arbury Court, but they also need, and they do need improvements for the area. How much they need and want good quality, sustainable, warm homes, but also decent amenities and access to green space. And of course, there are lots of flat dwellers, both council and now private tenants, as well as people living in houses in both Arbury and King's Hedges. And of course, this is very dear to my heart. So it's more of a comment than a question, but yeah, keep us posted on the what the design code looks like and on any plans and timetables for Arbury Court. Thank you.
Thanks. I note your comments, and we will of course do that.
Thank you. Are there any other questions? Can we move on to a vote then? To approve the recommendations? Yes? Those in favor?
6, Chair.
Those opposed?
None, Chair.
Those abstaining?
3, Chair.
Thank you. And I would just like to compliment Ben Binns. I think, when so many councils in the country no longer are building any council housing, no longer delivering any council housing. I mean, that's very common today. We're doing an extraordinary, outstanding job here, and I think you should be proud of that. Thank you. Let's move on to the last agenda. Oh, I'm sorry. Councillor Bird, do you accept the recommendation?
I do, and build and build and build, Ben.
Thank you. Let's move to the last agenda item. Who is speaking to this? Samantha.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Good evening, everybody. Again, like Ben, I will try and be concise in presenting this report. So, as I'm sure you're all aware, we have been considering options for Stanton House, one of our sheltered housing schemes in the city. We had historically been looking at this mainly around the building itself and certain criteria that made it less desirable. It doesn't meet national space standards. The flats themselves are quite small. And we had been looking at what refurbishment options there might be and, in fact, what development options there might be for the site. Apologies. The track that we were on was that we were looking to link the future of Stanton House with a possible new build site on East Road, that we could move residents from Stanton House into a new scheme. However, what has happened subsequent to that is that we have, in continuing with our fire risk assessments and our work that we do with the fire brigade, it has been identified that there is significant investment required to even keep residents in until an East Road site would be built, and that it's a level of investment that is not something that we would want to put into a building that doesn't have a longer term future within our portfolio. So what we are requesting is that, due to the increased investment required, that we look to move residents out of the scheme now. Ben and his team will continue to work on potential options for the site, and we'll be looking to bring back a paper in September, but we didn't want to leave residents in situ whilst we worked that up. As I'm sure you're aware, we've done quite a lot of consultation with residents. It is an anxious time, and we want to provide some certainty to them. Their safety is paramount to us, and we do have some mitigations in place because of the works that are required. We have a 24/7 staff coverage of the scheme at the moment, which is covered by both our independent living teams during office hours, and then we have a security firm that is providing that coverage outside of office hours. And the idea behind that is to ensure, in the event of a fire, that we are able to assist residents with evacuation, as the scheme has moved to a full evacuation strategy as opposed to stay put that it sat at previously. So in summary, we are looking to, I've lost the recommendations, apologies. We have made a number of recommendations, is that to note the costs of the compliance work at £635,000, note the options appraisal that was carried out that proposed that any option for that site would require residents to move out, and to approve that we move that resident decamp process forward in the process, and to approve a capital budget that will allow us to provide the financial support to residents to enable them to decant, and to also agree that there will be a further paper to come back on the options for the site for a lot of future use.
Thank you.
Any questions?
Let's move to questions. First, Councillor Robertson, and then Councillor Martinelli. Oh, okay. Councillor Martinelli.
Thank you, Chair. So I have a few comments and then a question as well. So I think, obviously, as ward councillors, we've been involved in this, and I think in general, we're very likely to support this recommendation. I think it's obviously very clear that fire safety is, as you say, paramount, and we obviously therefore do need to make sure that the tenants are safe from that point of view, and welcome the work that's been done so far in that regard. I think regarding the more contentious part is likely to be the kind of future options, which, as you say, is going to be the subject of further work. And I think all we just wanted to make clear was, and I think it's common knowledge, that our preference is that it's very important in the city centre to have sites that do include social housing, and therefore we would be keen, even though these residents will obviously be moving potentially to other places, we would be keen to keep that social housing option within the city centre, and we look forward to the further report. I think the slight clarification is related to that, which is in recommendation 2.5. It says that the recommendations agree that there will be further reconsideration of the redevelopment options. And I just wanted to clarify what redevelopment options specifically means there, because in the kind of report that follows on as an appendix to the officer's report, on page 607, the summary and conclusions, you kind of is split into various options, 1A, 1B, 2, 3A, 3B. And in that report, 3A and 3B are classed as redevelopment and the other ones are classed as refurbishment. So is in 2.5, is redevelopment referring to all 5 of those options, or is it saying that we would specifically only consider 3A and 3B?
Yeah, so I think in many ways we're starting again. So we note your preference for social housing on the site. That's been made very clear. As you know, the initial proposal was sheltered scheme, perhaps partially funded by some market sale on Stanton, with some affordable housing. Everything's now starting from fresh, and so therefore we will liaise with you as we do in ward councillor briefings. We have to look at viability, we have to look at finances, we have to look at what grants available and so on. So in effect, we are starting again on 2 separate sites there, and we will liaise with the appropriate ward councillors to let you know the update.
Thank you. Harmony, did you have a question?
Yes, looking at this report, I do have some concerns. Elderly housing provision is problematic as it is. We don't have a strategy for housing older people. And when we look at these options for redevelopment, it's talking about family homes. So we are losing sheltered homes and talking about replacing them with family homes. We're losing provision for the elderly, and I think it's important that you keep that in mind. If you're losing provision for the elderly, perhaps you should be looking at replacing with provision for the elderly, not with family homes. Thank you.
Samantha?
Thank you. Yes, you are absolutely right that we have, potentially we are looking to lose the Stanton House site as elderly accommodation or sheltered retired living, whatever we want to call it. What I would say is that the council is bringing forward an additional sheltered housing scheme. It is smaller, but that is one that we purchased and have been doing some repairs to. I think you're already aware of this at committee, but I appreciate Harmony as a newer tenant rep, you won't be, but that's called the Haven, not to be confused with the Haven that's the Women's Refuge. So just to clarify, they're 2 different things. And, so that will bring an additional 8 units. Diana mentioned earlier about we used to have an older person strategy, which has been rolled into the wider housing strategy. And I think what we actually need to do is understand what the older person's need is, because actually we don't see a huge demand for our existing sheltered accommodation, which means that we don't, at the moment we're not seeing a demand for new sheltered accommodation, but it may be that there is an ask out there that we're not meeting. There is sort of more, if you take the McCarthy and Stone type models in the private sector, there are retirement accommodations out there that are popular. So, we need to understand what an older person's scheme might look like that would encourage people perhaps to downsize from their family homes, because at the moment our existing sheltered isn't necessarily meeting that need. So I think that requires further work to understand exactly what it is we need, rather than just building another modern sheltered unit that may not meet that future need that residents have.
Thank you. Councillor Gorthorpe-Wood?
Well, it's very interesting what you've just said about looking in depth at what people want or need who are getting on a bit. Because one of the things I've realised from just walking around my own ward is that there are a lot of people who moved in when they were the housing was built in the 80s, but they are now starting to find that the stairs are difficult, or they're confined in maisonettes to the ground floor because they can't manage the stairs because they're bedridden. And quite a few of the more able elderly who don't like what's on offer, so are staying put. So I think there is something to be looked at in a lot more detail. I'm also a little bit confused because in the housing report, it did, the early one that Julia presented, it did look as though, well, Ditchburn, I think it was, that that was fuller than, it was, there were fewer voids, the vacancy rate was lower than normal, or so it seemed to be that there was quite a lot of demand, at least of that one sheltered scheme. And the other thing, of course, is to remember that Stanton House, along with the others, doesn't just take in elderly people. They're people who need support in one way or another. Thanks.
Thank you.
Did you want me to respond, or was that a comment?
Oh dear, it was, sorry, it sounds like another comment. A sort of question on, you know, well, actually, how long do you think it will be, and when would you be able to look at what needs are not being met for older people and those needing more support? Needing support.
I'm not sure anybody can hear me now over the fireworks, but we don't have a project as yet in place, but I think it is definitely something that is needed, and is probably something that we look to do in conjunction with the place group as well, around what does a good asset strategy look like right across the HRA. So I wouldn't like to say exactly when it is, but I think we can definitely look at a project to go away and look into that information, and we would probably need to seek assistance on that. I don't think we have either the resource or necessarily the skills that would be needed to do that piece of work. So we would need to look at how we finance that and where that sits in the business plan going forwards.
Thank you. Harmony?
Yeah, I wonder if you could tell us how many voids there actually are in the current sheltered housing provision, because I'm seeing the ones at Brandon Court and Ditchbourne fill really fast, so that would be interesting to know.
So my colleague Laura is on the call. Laura, I don't know if you're able to give a bit more context to our voids. Some schemes are more popular than others, but Laura will be the expert here.
Yeah, thank you, Samantha. We currently have 8 voids across our sheltered housing stock of just over 500 units in total. We have been holding those for a number of weeks due to this report coming forward, so that we've got them if needed for Stanton residents. But yeah, we as you say, there's no voids at Ditchburn or Brandon Court, but there are 8 across the wider stock.
Thank you. I believe we're ready to move to, wait. Councillor Robertson, I'm sorry.
This issue has been around for some time, and we, as Petersfield councillors, we were consulted about the need for the community at Stanton House to be relocated. I know the ward councillors were concerned that they felt there was a community of people who wanted to stay together. That's as I understood it from Councillor Bora, anyway. I think that it's going to be extremely difficult to do that. It was being talked about as being, as you said earlier, the East Road scheme would be built and then the community would be moved into it. That clearly can't happen because the fire that they've already had and the threat of further fires mean that we must take action more quickly than that. But it's difficult to see. I'm also told that many of the community in Stanton House were living on the street before. They're not traditional sheltered scheme tenants. They've not all been that process, but many of them have been in homelessness accommodation of one sort or another before they went to Stanton House. They also felt they wanted to stay near the city centre if possible. None of this is going to be possible as far as I can see. It does seem to me that, very unfortunately, they may have to be dispersed. But I personally can't see any way around it. Councillor Martinelli wishes to add some further information, which he's probably more accurately got than I have.
I think you're exactly right on all counts, actually, Councillor Robertson. And I think the other thing I would say is what you've outlined, which is an important point, is that these are, I would say, very vulnerable residents generally. We obviously know them pretty well over many years, and I would say they're definitely going to need an enhanced level of support throughout this process. I think particularly, many of them are probably on the digitally excluded sort of end of the spectrum, and I think that's going to be important. I know officers are very aware of this already and have already been working on this. I think you're right that the initial feeling was that they would want to be grouped together, but I think based on recent meetings, and I think the most recent one was about a week ago, I think there are probably solutions that can be made that would be acceptable to residents. But yeah, I think in general you're correct.
Yeah, so I think just to clarify, I think you're absolutely right. There is an ability to meet some of those, but maybe not all. So as an example, we did mention the 8 units at the Haven. That has not been let. That is available when we have completed the repairs needed. So there may be an ability for some of the residents, but I appreciate that is not as close to the city centre. So it will be a case of, residents weighing up what is the right situation for them. Laura and her team have, as Councillor Martinelli has reflected, done a lot of work with the residents, over the last sort of few days, and in fact their families as well, to reassure them on the support that will be required, that we will be able to offer. And I appreciate Diana has already referenced that as well in this meeting tonight, but we will ensure that we support all of those residents and make sure that they fully know the support that we can offer. And in fact, that may be, we do take a practical approach based on people's needs. So where there are, people may need physical help packing up that perhaps isn't needed in general needs, we will make sure that all of that is available as well.
Diana?
Just a quick thing. You mentioned there a group of what we know in Stanton House of some older ex-homeless people, and I think when you're looking at a strategy, anything relating to the housing for older people, we should actually look at how we do provide adequate housing for people who have been homeless and have a history of that, because everybody is living a little longer, and I think that is important to take on board, because it's not sheltered accommodation isn't always the most appropriate. There could be other. We need to have a look at that and make sure that's a group that's not missed out. Homelessness strategy doesn't usually tackle older people or the older homeless, and I think we should make sure that's included.
Thank you. I think we are now going to move to the vote. The recommendations are on page 576 of the agenda. All those in favor, please raise your hand. Is it unanimous? That's unanimous. Does the Executive Councillor for Housing approve the recommendation?
I do, Chair.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone, and we can now conclude the Housing Scrutiny Committee meeting. Please, could members leave the chamber promptly and return any used glasses to the red trays outside Committee Room 1. Thank you. Good night.
Thank you and good night.